give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran's off her medication. She's over at the safe haven. Detective 12, take a check that one out.
6 1 bullet, 2 point start, take your shots.
Officer still stands for talk? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. Come first standby. 10-4. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, wait to see what's up, let me know. 10-5, 33.
One of the supervisors on
take care of their families when a crisis or a terrible storm does hit. We've got many governors that just recently had terrible, tragic losses from tornadoes, from other events that went through their states, and FEMA was extremely responsive, and they've all been very happy. I think, Mr. President, you even spoke to one of those governors this morning, who is very happy, and the Missouri governor as well, who is very happy. As soon as something happens in their state, I'm in direct communication with the governors to make sure they have what they need, but also making sure that they have the ability to make decisions to respond to the people that live in their states.
Thank you very much, great job, everybody. So we want to wean off of FEMA, and we want to bring it down to the state level. A little bit like education, we're moving it back to the states so the governors can handle it. That's why they're governors now. If they can't handle it, they shouldn't be governor. But these governors can handle it, and they'll work in conjunction with other governors. They'll give each other a hand. But the FEMA thing has not been a very successful experiment. Very, very expensive, and it doesn't get the job done. You saw what happened in North Carolina under the past administration.
Appreciate it very much.
And when we got in, we did a great job for North Carolina, brought it back, but it was a disaster, FEMA. And it has not worked out well. It's extremely expensive. And again, when you have a tornado or a hurricane, or you have a problem of any kind in a state, that's what you have governors for. They're supposed to fix those problems. And it's much more local, and they'll develop a system, and I think it'll be a great system. And also when it comes to forest fires. So for years, I've been meeting with heads of other countries, and they are forest countries. They call themselves forest, Austria and others. And they say, we're a forest nation, we live in a forest, and they don't have forest fires. And in one case, he said, you know, our trees are much more flammable than California, but we don't have forest fires because we clean the floor, we sweep the floor of leaves, of dead debris, of trees that fall, because after 18 months, the tree is like it's like tinderwood, and it goes up, it virtually explodes. Well, we don't take the trees out. California is a disaster, what they've done in California. They don't do anything. And if you did, you almost would not have forest fires. And you could say in theory, you shouldn't have any forest fires. And we spend billions and billions of dollars a year because people don't clean the forests. And we're going to clean the forests. We're going to start cleaning them. We're going to get rid of dead wood. The environmentalists say, oh no, let it regenerate. It doesn't regenerate. It just sits there and it usually catches fire. And we're going to have a whole new system, and it's called forest management. And if you look at some of these countries in Europe and other places that literally live in forests, very flammable forests, and they don't have problems. And they call me, they don't even know how it's possible that we can have the fires that we have. And the people behind me know that very well, and we're going to start working on that system. And we're going to save a lot of trees. We're also going to cut down trees and replant new trees. And that whole industry is going to be growing because we don't need the help of anybody. We have just about more, or as much, but more than almost anybody else in terms of lumber and wood. So we're going to be doing some great work having to do with forest fires. It's going to start effective, really it started a few months ago, and it's forest management. And Doug, I think you're really the head of that. Interiors, I guess you're the largest landlord perhaps anywhere in the world, I understand. That's a nice position. You may want to just give a few words on the cleaning of the floor of the forests.
Well, happy to do that. And of course, as President Trump had said, yes, between Interior and Forest Service, it was just part of USDA, 700 million acres of surface area, much of that is in forest land. That is a tremendous resource. It's part of America's balance sheet. When we let it burn, then we actually have to spend money coming through FEMA and other places. So we spend taxpayer dollars cleaning up a mess that could have been prevented. Under President Trump, when we get back into the timber business, which up to 30 years ago, we were one of the great timber producers in the world. The communities thrived in these rural communities. We had lumber mills, we had manufacturing, we had furniture makers in this country. All of that went away when we stopped harvesting our own timber. And today we import about as much timber as we used to harvest ourselves. If we can get back in the timber business, that can help on the balance of trade, reduce imports from foreign countries, and have American jobs. But to make that all happen, again, under President Trump's leadership, we have to get back in the timber business and get back in the game. And when we do that, we have to make sure that we're doing prevention, not just fighting fires after they all get out of control. And so again, working with OMB and others to make sure that we've got the budget for doing the prevention work and the forest management upfront reduces the expense and the cost on the back end of fighting these massive fires. But again, coordinating across all of our 5 different major firefighting groups today, it's like having 5 generals in the field. They may have different strategies and different tactics. They even had different pay levels. Brooke and I are working to make sure that regardless of which service and branch that you're in, that you're going to have a similar pay, that we're going to have everybody equipped with the right technology to protect them when they're out in the field. Just basic stuff that they don't have today that we were giving our military 20 years ago in terms of and then using technology to be able to identify fires when they first start. I mean, with the infrared, satellite, drones, I mean, there's technology where we can pick out a fire when it just barely begins and it costs us nothing to put it out versus when it scales up and becomes these massive fires that endanger communities, lives, and our firefighters. So President Trump, of course, has got a common sense strategy. He's empowering all of the leadership that's standing up here today for us to go get this job done. It's going to get America back in the timber business. We're going to put out fires when they're small as opposed to when we can't control them when they're large. And we're going to have revenue coming into the federal government from those timber sales as opposed to in those timber leases to the private companies as opposed to revenue going out through FEMA after the fact when we're cleaning up a mess. So the whole thing makes complete sense. And Brooke and I and Christy and Russ, we're all excited to go out and implement the President's vision.
And we have some of the best timber anywhere in the world, and we don't use it. We freed it up. Lee Zeldin's done an incredible job in that regard from environmental restrictions that are ridiculous. And a lot of it's been freed up. The rest of it's being freed up. Some areas will continue to protect, but we're going to be freeing up most of it. And again, we have some of the best in the world. And when I hear you say that we lost more in fires than we produce is so crazy because we shouldn't lose very much at all. I mean, I could say we shouldn't lose any if it was perfect, but it should not be ever like what we've seen. We're sending billions of dollars to California all the time because obviously in California they are not doing a good job in any way, shape, or form, any other thing either. So with that, I'm heading to Fort Bragg right now. I think the helicopter's landing as we speak. But if you want, we'll take a few questions.
Mr. President, will you invoke the Insurrection Act to deal with the situation in California?
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see. But I can tell you last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks, people with big, heavy hammers pounding the concrete and pounding curbs, pounding it, breaking up, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up on bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Mr. President, how soon do you want to see FEMA eliminated? And what's your message to the governors about how much more of an expense it's going to fall to states. for
Yeah, well,
disaster
it's not going to be
response.
so much the states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll
Yes,
start
sir. You
phasing
set
it
up
out.
a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a different agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security to the president's vision. And it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations. And that what the president does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
If
it's
a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what a governor, a governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave him a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it would have been. It would have been bad. Last night, they had total control. If we didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines, we had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon? These are paid insurrectionists or agitators or troublemakers. You can call it whatever you want. And we ended it, and we have in custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen,
Pardon me, Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You could speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're good, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on, got worse and worse. And in Minneapolis, that city was burning down 7 days, and I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, you talk about an incompetent governor. He's an incompetent person. That he was picked. Well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But this guy wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff happens again, we've got to make faster decisions because they don't want to do it. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is. We sent them in, not early, we sent them in late as far as I'm concerned. But big problems, as you know, 3 nights ago, big problems were ensuing. If we didn't send in the National Guard quickly, right now, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground.
The Marines
A lot of people think an escalatory step, though. These are guys who fight wars. Are you at all concerned that things could get out of hand with Marines
when I see
in
people
American City?
throwing concrete into cars, when I see people, the kind of people that I saw on your network doing danger to the police and to the military and to the National Guard, no, it's okay. You know, you start running out of people when you have 2,000 people from a National Guard standpoint. We have a very big military, but the National Guard, they needed a little extra help, and we sent them a little, and we did a great job last night. We had, well, you got a lot of cars go up in smoke and flame, and a lot of bad scenes, but it was pretty minor by comparison. This morning it's very calm. We'll see what happens later. But they know if they go there, they're not going to get anywhere because we have the National Guard there. We backed it up with a number of Marines, yeah.
Mr. President, do you agree with Governor Abbott soon signing legislation to mandate the 10 Commandments in school classrooms?
Having to do with what?
Governor Abbott is soon going to sign legislation to mandate displays of the 10 Commandments in school classrooms. Do you support him?
I have to take a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. You'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases. And they really are, they're agitators.
I was wondering if you had any response to Mexican President Sheinbaum, who condemned the violence there. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Said what?
I was wondering if you had any response to what Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said in response.
What'd she say?
She condemned the violence in LA.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Well, you think I don't condemn it? I condemn the violence in LA, ladies and gentlemen, but I also stopped the violence in LA. And by doing what I did, I stopped the violence in LA. And that would have been, I think, maybe I'd ask Christie to speak to that. That would have been an unbelievable tragedy. We would be talking, I don't know that would even be here right now. It would have been so bad. I'd probably maybe be out there. I don't know, but Christie, could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum came out and encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that. She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on. If people are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing is not acceptable, and it's not going to happen in America. This president is standing up for the average American who wants to walk their child to school every day safely, run their small business, and provide for their families. That's the action that he's taking. He has every authority under the Constitution to send these National Guard under Title 10 into these communities and make sure that operations go smoothly, that law enforcement officers are protected, that they can continue to do their work without fear of being injured or killed or disrespected, and that they can go home to their families at night. So I'm incredibly proud of the president for activating the National Guard and for sending in these Marines, because these Marines are specifically trained to meet the need that we have on the ground in LA right now. And Governor Newsom has done a disservice to the state of California for many years. The people there should never elect him into a leadership position ever again. He
The
clearly
governor's a nice guy, but he's grossly incompetent.
Terrible
When it
guy.
comes to his railroad that he's building, where it's like 30 times over budget, nobody's ever seen anything like it. Now it doesn't even go to San Francisco and LA. It's way short of it. After years of work and overruns like nobody's, those contractors are some of the wealthiest people in the world, I guarantee you that. Because that money goes to those contractors. They just did a number on the wallet of the people of California. That train, you should look at that train. That is the greatest. I've never seen cost overruns. I've seen cost overruns and great incompetence over my life. I've never seen anything like that.
Mr. President, these protests obviously started in reaction to these large-scale ICE operations in Los Angeles. Should people expect to see similar operations in the rest of the country?
Yeah.
And will similar protests see similar response?
As you know, we're moving murderers out of our country that were put here by Biden or the auto pen. The auto pen really did. I mean, the people, whether it's Lisa Monaco or whoever operated the auto pen, these are criminals. The people are criminals that allowed these criminals into our country. And I don't think that Biden knew what the hell he was doing. I don't think he even knew about it. But when they opened up our borders for the whole world to come in, yeah, we're going to get them out. We're getting them out. We're starting to get acknowledgement from the courts that, you know, there's a system. They come in without courts and they go out, they want trials and everything else. I think that's starting to work out now. Judges are starting to see what a terrible situation it is. Many of those people that you saw on television last night are criminals that were allowed into our country by Biden. And they want to stay, and we don't want them. And they come from jails, and they come from mental institutions, and they come from all over the world, not just South America. And we're not going to let them stay. And this is the first, perhaps, of many, or perhaps, you know, if we didn't attack this one very strongly, you'd have them all over the country. But I can inform the rest of the country that when they do it, if they do it, they're going to be met with equal or greater force than we met right here. We did a great job. The people, you, Christy, and Tom Holman, and all of the people, Pete Hegseth, all of the people involved did an amazing job. We stopped a disaster. And it looks like a planned disaster, not just, this didn't just happen. They had weapons, they had tools, they had everything you needed. I mean, they were throwing iced water in bottles, in glass bottles, at officers and at soldiers. These are, you could not use the word insurrection, but you could also use the word, these are very dangerous people, they're bad people. They were met with heavy force and they folded. And they may be there a little bit tonight, they may be there a little bit, but it seems to be getting less and less because they're going there and they're met with a very heavy force. And if they weren't, you would have that city right now would be on fire. It would be burning down. The rest of it, what's left over, because the other fire was started because they wouldn't allow water into LA. They wouldn't allow water into California because they had it all shifted out to the Pacific Ocean. And I turned it around. And I told them to do it in my first term, and they didn't do it. We had COVID, and they didn't do it. And I told them to do it. We did it in the second. Now we have billions of gallons of water flowing down. But Newsom should have done this. He's an incompetent man and an incompetent governor. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. President, do you have any message to adversaries as the Army kicks off 250-year birthday celebration?
I just think it's amazing. We're going to have a fantastic June 14th parade, Flag Day. It's going to be an amazing day. We have tanks, we have planes, we have all sorts of things. And I think it's going to be great. We're going to celebrate our country for a change. You know, recently, as you know, with World War II, the victory of World War II, I called up France and they were celebrating the victory. Well, we helped them a lot, as you know. I don't have to get into that. But I called up other countries. They're all celebrating the victory. We're the only country that didn't celebrate the victory. And we're the one that won the war. Okay, if it wasn't for us, that war, you would be speaking German right now, okay? We won the war, and you might be speaking Japanese too. I mean, you might be speaking a combination of both. We won the war, and we're the only country that didn't celebrate it. And we're going to be celebrating big on Saturday. We're going to have a lot of, and if there's any protester who wants to come out, they will be met with very big force. By the way, for those people that want to protest, they're going to be met with very big force. And I haven't even heard about a protest, but, you know, this is people that hate our country, but they will be met with very heavy force.
Mr. President, one last
Thank you
question
very
on
much,
California.
everybody.
Thank you, press.
Thank you.
Press. Let's move out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was President Trump from the Oval Office, a press conference before he is now heading to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. This all started off as a press conference discussing the upcoming hurricane season as well as wildfire prevention. But of course, lots of questions from the media about the protests that occurred over the weekend in Los Angeles. I did want to share with you a statement from President Trump that we got a little bit earlier this morning, just about 2 hours or so ago, as he is still responding to the back and forth here between California Governor Newsom and himself. He says, if I didn't send in the troops to Los Angeles the last 3 nights, that once beautiful and great city would be burning to the ground right now, much like the 25,000 houses burned to the ground in LA due to the incompetent governor and mayor. Incidentally, the much more difficult, time-consuming, and stringent federal permitting process is virtually complete on these houses, while the easy and simple city and state permits are disastrously bungled up and way behind schedule. They are a total mess and will be for a long time. People want to rebuild their houses. Call the incompetent governor and mayor. And then that post does cut off. But I did want to share that with you as we do continue to follow the latest out of California with all of this. Once again, that press conference just wrapping up moments ago with President Trump. We'll be right back.
Ready to go when I begin.
497.
Basic rights we have as citizens. Research shows if you prioritize the basic building blocks of resilience, it can help protect your mental health.
We always talk about eating well, moving your body, sleeping well, and connecting, staying socially connected. Those things don't just happen in a situation of stress. You have to practice these things.
They'll develop a system, and I think it'll be a great system. And also when it comes to forest fires. So for years I've been meeting with
out the in and out parking lot frequency is there. Unit 233, Adam is handle 231, the assist 211 silent, 1440 Manning Way. Street of location via international, that is received for us. Okay, 151 151
For the ones that can't speak! We are here for the voice of the ones that can't speak! Descendants of Operation Wetback!
738
Get back! Get back!
Vice Chair Ted Lieu. Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Peacefully protesting is an American right. It's part of the rich tradition of our country. Burning cars, looting, and destroying property are crimes. And anyone who takes advantage of this situation and engages those crimes should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. State and local law enforcement have repeatedly said they have the resources necessary to handle the situation. It is completely un-American and needlessly provocative for Donald Trump to deploy National Guard and Marines to Southern California. So I'm going to talk about the National Guard first. The legal authority Trump is using is 10 U.S.C. Section 12406. I encourage all of you to read it. It very specifically says the only way he can do this is through the orders of the governors of the states. Governor Newsom clearly has not given this order. The National Guard troops are following unlawful orders. I ask every National Guard person who is under this order to read the order, to see if it came from Governor Newsom, and then to read the law, and then decide for themselves if they are following unlawful orders. Also turns out that when Secretary Hegseth ordered this deployment and carrying out those orders, he put all these troops into Southern California without federal funding for food, water, fuel, equipment. They were sleeping on the floor. They were sleeping on each other. It is a complete mess. Secretary Hegseth's repeated incompetence is next level. He needs to resign. And in terms of the Marine deployment, we should not be deploying Marines against Americans. Marines are trained to kill the enemy. What are they going to do at this protest? Are they going to shoot protesters? What exactly is their role? They are not trained to do crowd control. They are not trained to handle these kinds of situations. They are not trained for law enforcement. So I asked the president to rescind his orders. He's being needlessly provocative and inflammatory. And Chairman Aguilar is right. He is losing on his big, ugly bill. It is going to give massive tax breaks to billionaires, and it's going to be funded by the greatest healthcare cuts in U.S. history. So do not fall for the trap that the president is laying here with his shiny objects he's trying to do. Focus on how he's messing up the economy, messing up your healthcare. And with that, I want to introduce our amazing DCCC chair, Susan Del Bene from Washington. She's going to be the field general that leads us to flipping the House next year.
Thanks, Chair Aguilar and Vice Chair Lieu. This morning in caucus, we presented research on how House Republicans will lose the majority next year because of their one big broken promise. It's been only 2 weeks since House Republicans narrowly passed their legislation, and the more people. Thanks, Chair Aguilar and Vice Chair Lieu. This morning in caucus, we presented research on how House Republicans will lose the majority next year because of their one big broken promise. It's been only 2 weeks since House Republicans narrowly passed their legislation, and the more people learn about it, the more unpopular it becomes. Across the country, Americans have come out strongly against this tax scam. They've held protests outside of Republicans' district offices against the cuts to Medicaid and nutrition programs. And in the very few in-person town halls that Republicans have held, we've seen incredibly large crowds turn out in opposition to their legislation. But despite the overwhelming local opposition to the big ugly bill from their constituents, vulnerable House Republicans are embracing it and resorting to lies when talking about it. Well, they can lie all they want, but there's no denying the objective harm that it will cause. Independent, nonpartisan analysts have said instead of lowering costs for everyday people, House Republicans' big ugly bill raises costs on them. It will kick 16 million Americans off of their health insurance. It cuts food assistance programs like free school lunch. It takes a chainsaw to these popular programs to pay for tax breaks for the wealthiest few. This big ugly bill affirms everything voters already think about Republicans. that they don't work for the American people. They work for the billionaire class. It's clear that public support for the Republican agenda is cratering. Recent public polling shows that a majority of voters in House Republican battleground districts oppose the bill. They also revealed that most Americans agree the GOP tax scam will help the wealthy and hurt working families. These public surveys line up with the internal research we've done in partnership with our Senate colleagues, and it's what we presented to the caucus this morning. We found that just 25% of voters think the GOP tax scam will help them and their families. The same internal research showed that Republicans' massive cuts to popular programs are toxic with voters. We see there is clear argument that is incredibly persuasive to voters. Instead of lowering costs, Republicans are raising costs, cutting health care and food assistance to pay for billionaire tax giveaways. This vote is the defining contrast of the midterms. Remember, every single vulnerable House Republican voted for this disastrous piece of legislation. And since it passed by one vote, each one cast the deciding vote. Any one of them could have stood up to stop it, but instead they sided with the ultra-wealthy while costs are out of control and everyday Americans are struggling. With this vote, vulnerable House Republicans have already sealed their political fate, and it's one that they will come to regret next year when House Democrats retake the majority. Thank you. I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Susan. Questions? Nick?
A little while up here, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, chair of the Black Caucus, said that the deployment of troops in L.A. could be an impeachable offense. Do you believe this is impeachable?
Well, I've said before from this podium that House Democrats aren't focused on impeachment today. We're focused on holding the president and House Republicans accountable for their policies that attack the basic needs like health care and food assistance that their policies are leading with. There will be plenty of time when Susan DelBene guides us to the majority for us to exercise oversight where we can ask some very difficult questions, the policies that this administration is doing currently. But right now, that isn't our focus. Andrew?
With regards to ICE more generally, beyond just what we're seeing in California, as an Appropriations Committee member, if Democrats retake the House in 2026, do you think that the appropriations process should be used to try to make some reforms at ICE based on what we've seen in the last few months?
But first, what we need to do is have an appropriations process that works. Right now, House Republicans are wrapped around the axle, bending over backwards, trying to do everything that Donald Trump wants. And so they're marking up bills that are incomplete. We're going to see that full committee markup start today, this afternoon. We just heard from Secretary Hegseth. And then 30 minutes later, we go and mark up the subcommittee bill on defense. And we'll have that in front of the full committee on Thursday. These bills are incomplete. But the second point I would say is the administration and Donald Trump have to follow the appropriations bills. Tom Cole said months ago that these were advisory. So which House Republican message are we going to get? Are appropriations bills law, or are they advisory and it's up to the administration and Article 2 to interpret? We don't know. We need to know that House Republicans believe in the appropriations process, and we will use that to make policy changes that are important with respect to funding government. That's how we've always done, and we've respected Democrats and Republicans have respected that process over the years. And when we were in control, we did make changes to appropriations bills that got to core policies that were important to us. And we'll do the same when we're in the majority next time. Brian.
Thank you, Chairman. The USDA is expected to roll out an initiative to essentially prevent people on SNAP programs from using SNAP benefits to purchase sugary drinks. Is that something Democrats would support or oppose?
What we know is that these basic needs programs are under assault by Donald Trump and House Republicans. Their own reconciliation plan would cut hundreds of billions of dollars, over $200 billion, out of the Department of Agriculture and these food nutrition programs. We agree in healthy diets. We agree that there are choices that people can make that will both expand the money that is given to them and ensure healthier lives. What we also know is that these programs like food nutrition and WIC go to the neediest of Americans. They go to people who are just trying to buy, formula and food for their families. That is under attack with the House Republican reconciliation plan, and that's what we're focused on. There's plenty of opportunity for committees to work through what this looks like and what the definition of a sugary drink is, and that's a fair conversation for us to have. But let's not lose sight that these programs are under attack by Donald Trump and House Republicans.
Thank you. We've seen Democrats give some contradictory views on the LA riots. We have Senator John Fetterman, who has called them anarchy and true chaos. And we have Congresswoman Maxine Waters, who's denied that any violence has taken place. How would you characterize what we're seeing from these individuals in LA right now with Waymos lit on fire and stores looted and things of that nature?
Here's the reality. Local authorities have this under control. There are a couple square blocks where a police presence is needed. A police presence, not a military presence, a police presence might be needed. And that should be the focus of local law enforcement. What Donald Trump is doing is inflaming those tensions. But as the vice chair said, anyone who is lawless or loots or commits a crime should be punished. That is the House Democratic Caucus position. What we do believe is in peaceful protest and in people being able to exercise their ability to observe ICE agents carrying on their activity, as well as standing on a street corner and holding a sign and speaking out and speaking their mind. That is completely appropriate activity. And what Donald Trump is doing is inflaming that by sending in the Marines and by mobilizing the National Guard.
All right, so we're listening in there to Representative Aguilar, who was speaking a short time ago on this. You're taking a live look right here out of Los Angeles as National Guard troops remain there at the scene as anti-ICE protests continue. Meanwhile, we do have a live event from Southern California as officials are speaking on this very topic. Let's listen in.
Of our city. We don't need this. We don't need a military force. This morning was evidence of that. There's unity in our city. We work for the peace and the prosperity of our city. We don't need the federal government coming in here and stirring up trouble. So once again, to our national leaders, leave this to us. I mean, we're fine, we're good. The community is a united community, and we work and stand with our immigrants. So thank you once again for being here and hearing our voice. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Lee. Thank you. Like the pastor says.
All right, is everybody ready? All right. Okay. So thank you all for joining me this afternoon. The Austin Police Department fully supports the right to peacefully protest. I wanted to start with that because that is absolutely the truth. There is no greater foundational right than that to peacefully protest, and we absolutely support that. We also recognize and respect the power of civic engagement. However, we need it to be known that we will not tolerate any unlawful, violent behavior that puts members of our community and our officers at risk. These incidents will be addressed. As many of you are aware, significant events took place in several cities across the country, including here in Austin. I want to take the time to walk through what our officers encountered, how we are preparing for the days ahead, and provide specific information regarding arrests, officer injuries, and our continued response efforts. The information we are sharing today is preliminary, and the numbers and information may change as we gather a comprehensive understanding of the events that took place. And this is in the spirit of being as transparent and as accountable as we can be. You guys know I like to get in front of you with the facts as soon as we have them. So the protest began at the Texas Capitol, where the grounds were closed. Protesters then moved through downtown Austin. Both the Department of Public Safety and the Austin Police Department worked collaboratively to safely block off traffic and allow marchers to peacefully march. The crowd ultimately gathered in front of the federal building, where some individuals began defacing the property with graffiti. Officers issued dispersal orders at that point and moved the crowd westward along 8th Street. At this time, the two individuals that were spray painting on the building were arrested for criminal mischief. Shortly after, tensions began to escalate and agitators began throwing rocks at officers, and one officer was spit on in the eye by a protester. In response, officers briefly withdrew back to de-escalate to see if it would calm the situation. At that point, the crowd quickly began advancing back toward the federal building. Officers held the line at that point to prevent further property damage and to protect both the protesters and themselves, deploying pepper ball towards the ground to saturate the area so the protesters could not move back toward the federal building. DPS then deployed CS gas to disperse the crowd. The crowd broke up into smaller groups at this point, one of which continued marching and began throwing scooters and barricades into roadways and overturning water barricades. Officers monitored the groups and were able to contain the crowd near 7th Street and Congress. Multiple arrests were made and the remaining participants moved to the sidewalk and eventually dispersed. There were a total of 4 officers injured. At this time, all officers have been released from the hospital and treated for their injuries. 3 officers were injured by rocks being thrown at the crowd, and these were large, very large rocks. These were no small pebbles. 1 officer sustained a shoulder injury during an arrest, during which he was also spit on. APD arrested a total of 8 individuals. This is them. And the charges range from graffiti at the federal building to harassment of a public servant, to failure to obey a lawful order, resisting arrest, and again, interference with public duties. As we prepare for the potential of additional demonstrations, we know that Saturday is going to be a day of demonstrations as well. I want you to know what you're going to be seeing. You're going to be seeing an increase in visibility of officers. We will be at 100% staffing for officers this weekend. Our goal remains clear. It is protect the safety and the rights of everyone, community members and officers alike. Again, it is a fundamental right to protest. However, when that protest turns violent, when it turns to throwing rocks, throwing bottles at officers, at other members of the public and community, that will not be tolerated. Arrests will be made. I've spoken to the DA and I've also spoken to the sheriff here in Travis County. And we have spoken about charges and spoken about jail space that may be needed if we do have to make arrests. Again, that is not something that we want to do. I want to support peaceful protests. If you want to stand in the street and it's for hours, I will help facilitate that and I will help support that. But again, it cannot turn violent. We cannot damage, deface property, and we certainly cannot throw bottles and rocks and other things at our officers. We are also leveraging technology to help us monitor and respond effectively. We used drones last night because the fear was when members started surrounding the federal building was, were they going to break the glass? And so we used drones to be able to fly over to actually see that they were spray painting with graffiti at that point. And so when we let the plan was, once that crowd thinned down, we'll arrest the 2 identified in the graffiti with the criminal mischief. So that went well. So we're going to continue to use that technology. Also using dialogue policing. Dialogue policing is something you're going to see officers dressed like me, but they'll have a lighter colored vest over their uniform. They will be in the crowd talking with people that are there for the protest. The goal is to make contact with people that are there before the actual protest, if we know who they are. Otherwise, we're going to be in the crowd kind of talking about what are the rules for peacefully protesting. What does that look like? And then I think that also gives them an opportunity, people that are planning these protests, most of them don't want the agitators in the crowd. And so when they are recognizing that that's what this is becoming, it gives them an opportunity to reach out to the officers in the dialogue policing, and we can go have those bad actors removed immediately, because that's the goal. Is once we see bad behavior, we see people with unlawful behavior, we go in, we remove them immediately, and the protest can peacefully then continue. That's the goal. And so again, to be absolutely clear, we support these peaceful protests, but we will take necessary action against agitators who engage in illegal acts and endanger public safety. So I appreciate, again, you coming. I'll take a few questions at this time.
Chief, how many of the people that...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You had on deployment of tear gas. People were saying that it was probably APD, but they were also saying it could have been DPS. Can you talk about that?
The gas that was CS gas. That was deployed by DPS. Austin deployed the pepper ball. And so when the pepper ball is put at the ground, and it allows the pepper spray to come up to disperse those crowds to make sure they're not coming toward the federal building. That's what it was used for last night.
Chief, of the people who were arrested,
I'm sorry, let me get her and then I'll come right to you, sir.
Could you just clarify at what point officers began to change their response in terms of responding to the protests last night?
Yeah, I think it was at that point when they came to the federal building, and we saw that again, we saw them rushing toward there, and the fear was that they were breaking the glass to get into the federal building. But that's kind of
8251. Roger, the last 20 we're entering.
Morning 5 months ago, where Jay O'Brien joins me now from the Capitol. One House Democrat calling the Marine deployment to LA outrageous, Jay.
Yeah, and again, as you say, this was the first time that particularly Democrats up here on Capitol Hill got the chance to ask some pointed questions of Pete Hegseth. But what cast a shadow over all of this, despite the fact that this was a hearing to, on paper, talk about the Department of Defense's budget, were those deployments to LA. And there were at least 2 Democrats on this panel who had some tense exchanges with Pete Hegseth about this. Now, what Pete Hegseth said as Democrats pushed him as to what the administration's reasoning was and legal justification was for this deployment was saying that troops there are restoring order and, as Pete Hegseth put it, securing the city that he says that both Governor Newsom and Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles were unable to secure. That's what Pete Hegseth told me and other reporters as he emerged from this hearing. But again, some tense moments with Democrats as they pushed him on that. Here's one with Pete Aguilar, the number 3 Democrat in the House.
Why are you sending war fighters to cities to interact with civilians?
Every American citizen deserves to live in a community that's safe, and ICE agents need to be able to do their job. They're being attacked for doing their job, which is deporting illegal criminals. That should happen in any city, Minneapolis or Los Angeles. And if they're attacked, that's lawless, and President Trump believes in law and order.
One question that Hegseth did fully answer when pressed by Democrats in this hearing was how long would this potential deployment be for? He said the Pentagon has been clear that right now it's set to last 60 days.
All right.
I copy. So far, I'm going to also be UT on the southbound side. I'm going to take it to Paramount and all otherwise.
Your grandma, she's an immigrant, she's getting deported too. That's what you're defending? Piece of shit. That's what you're defending? Come on, man, look at your eyes. Come on, bro. That's what you're defending? Oh, round and proud.
That's a negative. That's not when you were north now, quarter of a mile south of Garfield. That was about 3 ago.
10-4. You can show all units 98 and 10-4 as well. Yes.
Daniel Diaz of the Santanero. Yesterday, while we were at the protest documenting it, we saw Santa Ana PD make a line on Santa Ana Boulevard in front of the federal building. Then, a couple moments later, federal agents stood behind Santa Ana PD. Was that help? Was that assistance offered by federal agents, or was that requested by Santa Ana Police?
I would know. I would have that information. Another question over here, back here. Yes, sir.
497, 1812 West 6th Street.
Como usted sabe, tenemos el derecho de inspeccionar y ver cómo están las situaciones, las operaciones federales. En Los Ángeles me negaron.
We're hearing from Orange County officials, and right now we're hearing from the California Labor Federation organizing director right there, speaking in Spanish. So what we're going to do is take this opportunity to step away for a brief break. But I also wanted to share this live look with you, as we are expecting to hear from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass in just about 15 minutes, speaking once again about the anti-ICE protests. We'll be right back. To share this live look with you, as we are expecting to hear from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass in just about 15 minutes, speaking once again about the anti-ICE protests. We'll be right back.
Showing her registration code 31 of 2025.
Negative contact and over access. I'm going to follow.
For the same incident, or do I need to make a new run?
It'll be the same incident, man.
10-4, go ahead with the address.
It'll be 1200 South Union, apartment 114, out of Los Angeles. Stop and check for call of service.
Temporary, copy 1200 South Union, apartment 114. And call service.
Then I come.
School, come home. Go to church, come home. Get a good attorney, know your rights, and let's work to make sure the California economy continues to be the miracle that it's been. We don't deserve to have these hardworking individuals being deported. They work at Newport Beach, okay, cleaning those houses. They work at our restaurants, taking care of our seniors. Southern California, the manufacturing capital of the United States. Because who are those workers? Primarily undocumented. What's wrong with that? Let's acknowledge the reality. These are not criminals. These are part of our economic fabric in our society. Sí, señor.
Para llevar calma a la comunidad que tiene miedo de ir a trabajar, de ir a la escuela como usted dice, de ir a la iglesia como usted dice.
Tengo dos mensajes.
All right, so this representative right here is speaking in Spanish. I did want to look look right here. This is President Trump departing Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. He is now going to be traveling to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where he will be attending a military demonstration at Fort Bragg approximately at 2:40 p.m. Eastern Time. And then he'll be delivering remarks for the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army during that visit. His remarks expected to come at around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. As we know, sometimes these events are delayed depending on travel schedules and the like, but we're continuing to monitor this live look right here as we saw President Trump just boarding Air Force One as he is set to make his way to Fort Bragg to speak for the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army during that visit right there. We're going to be bringing you his remarks without commercial interruption as soon as he speaks, and also be bringing you that live look as he attends the military demonstration right there. As we look ahead to Saturday, which is when the full celebration of the Army's 250th birthday celebration will be, we're going to have complete coverage starting in the morning hours here on Live Now from Fox. There's going to be a wreath-laying ceremony. There will be a fitness competition, all culminating in a military parade. So you can count on Live Now from Fox this Saturday to bring you all of those live events as the U.S. Army celebrates 250 years. President Trump will be attending that military parade as well, and we will be airing all of his remarks today once he lands in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. All right, we're going to head back, though, to another major event that we just dipped out of, and that is South California lawmakers speaking about anti-ICE protests. Let's continue to listen in.
I just want to see if you've heard the same thing. How long is the National Guard going to be here? Roughly how many of them? And what do you kind of make of the situation? You think it's a little, heavy-handed?
Having Marines in Orange County, California, for what? Armed Marines with A4s, M16s? National Guard, I was there last night, 2 in the morning, when I was driving by to inspect, right after I got off my plane. National Guard armed, heavily armed. Are children who grew up in Santa Ana. How many of those Marines are kids who grew up in the barrio in California? You heard Jose Duron, police officer, family undocumented. How many of those Marines have family members that are also undocumented? This is unbelievable, and it's happening. We have to stop and think about what we're doing. This is wrong. Con la educación, queremos que sepa la gente quién es nuestra comunidad, que no somos violentos, vamos a la iglesia, trabajamos. The way we're going to stop this is letting people know who we really are. I want you to take a tour of Santa Ana with me to see where people work, see where people live, because the narrative right now is we're all serious and violent criminals. Honest to God, I'm not a criminal, especially a serious and violent one. May have made some bonehead mistakes in high school, but I'm not really a criminal.
I just wanted to ask on the Marines and National Guard deployment. Given what happened last night, have you heard anything about additional resources being deployed here?
I'm hearing that there are additional resources being asked for, being deployed here, possibly.
Who's making those requests? Is it?
I believe it's the federal government. And again, our hope, all of us here, can show people how to peacefully demonstrate, how to peacefully express our views, and to show the world, show the president that we're not criminals. Thank you very much.
So that concludes Southern California officials speaking about the anti-ICE protests, upset by what they say is going on right there. That was Representative Lou Correa, Correa, I should say, who was headlining that event right here. And I did want to share this live look with you. From Southern California, specifically Santa Ana, and that was the area that he was referring to, inviting people to come down and see what this small community is all about. We've been monitoring this, and we have been scrubbing away the graffiti that has been put up on these walls as we've been sharing these live looks for the past
Second undefeated, response 3 and 1 or less, 1619 Glen Hope Drive. 152 and 151 Frank have the risk responses of the 902 are 151 Frank and 152. The unit is still identified. And the 3 that can respond code 3 and 2 re-identified. 4 and 2 respond code 3, 144 going. Well, yeah, Tina left 1. We're going to have Alameda on-ramp to eastbound 10 Express shut down, and westbound 10 Alameda off-ramp shut down. All traffic being diverted to exit at Mission. Maybe 2 for direct help you. 82 400 copy.
Voice for the ones that can't speak! We are here for the voice of the ones that can't speak! Descendants of Operation Wetback!
Usually keep me on the loud for now. Just doing the follow.
Of the immigration rate right
there. President
Trump is now going to go to Fort Bragg, North Carolina. He's going to be touching down in just about an hour or so.
444. I did LA 10 minutes. .1 and this is no units are going from 605. Up LA 10 minutes heading on the Los Angeles dispatch for 229 for 10 1. Mr. Victor 904. Victor 97904. It's returning valid 6/30/2025 on a 2021 Savannah, correction 2021 GMC Savannah truck, registered to U-Haul of Arizona with an address out of Arizona. 130 Thompson. Segment 133 Thompson, you were covered. Can you send on your traffic?
Mr. President.
If there's an insurrection, I would certainly invoke it. We'll see, but I can tell you last night was terrible. The night before that was terrible. We have, as you've seen, it was on most of your networks, people with big, heavy hammers pounding the concrete and pounding curbs, pounding it, breaking up, and handing these big chunks of concrete to people. And they were taking that concrete, going up on bridges and dropping it into the roof of a car. They were throwing it at our police. They were throwing it at our soldiers that are there. And we got it stopped, and we have them in custody right now. Look, if we didn't get involved, right now, Los Angeles would be burning, just like it was burning a number of months ago with all the houses that were lost. Los Angeles right now would be on fire, and we have it in great shape. We're not playing around.
How will you determine whether or not there is an insurrection?
Well, you'll take a look at what's happening. I mean, I could tell you there were certain areas of Los Angeles that you could have called it an insurrection. It was terrible. But these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They get money. And when you take a look at what they do, where they show up and everyone's saying, what's he doing? He's pounding the curbs. This one guy's pounding the curb, breaking the curb, and handing big pieces of granite. In some cases, it's granite and concrete to other people. And they're running out with it. And then we watch the other people, and they try and throw it into the face of the soldiers, throw it into the face of the police, and they hurt some people very badly. They go up on bridges, they drop it down on the cars as the cars are moving. They're not breaking the curb because they're doing a demolition service. They're breaking it to hand out to people as a weapon. It's bad stuff. I've never seen that before.
Mr. President, how soon do you want to see FEMA eliminated? And what's your message to the governors about how much more of an expense is going to fall to states?
Yeah, well, it's not going to be so much the states. We're going to give out less money. We're going to give it out directly. It'll be from the president's office. We'll have somebody here. Could be Homeland Security, but we're going to give it out through a method where it's given out. As an example, I just gave out $71 million to a certain state. They were looking to do about 120. They were very happy with the 71 million. We did a little cutting, and they were very happy with it. So we're going to do it much differently. We think after this, Christy, I'd say after the hurricane season, we'll start
Yes, sir. You
phasing
set
it
up
in.
a FEMA council over the next couple of months. We'll be working on reforms and what FEMA will look like in the future as a different agency, as under the Department of Homeland Security to the President's vision. And it will empower governors to go out and respond to emergency situations. And that what the President does best is to make sure that the taxpayers are only fulfilling the need to which is appropriate, and that people are responsible to respond to their own people closest to home. So
If
it's
a certain state, as an example, gets hit by a hurricane or tornado, that's what the governor should be able to handle it. And frankly, if they can handle it, the aftermath, then maybe they shouldn't be governor.
And Mr. President, when is the last time you spoke with Governor Newsom?
A day ago. Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last night we gave him a little additional help, you would have, Los Angeles would be burning right now. Los Angeles would be not a lot different than what you saw take place in California and Los Angeles just a little while ago. And, you got to remember, we have the Olympics coming. And we don't want people looking at Los Angeles like it would have been. it would have been bad. Last night they had total control. We didn't have the military in there, the National Guard, and then we also sent in some Marines. We had some bad people. We have people, they look in your face and they spit right in your face. They're animals. And these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid troublemakers. They're agitators. They're paid. Do you think somebody walks up to a curb and starts hammering pieces out, has all the equipment necessary, and starts handing it out to people to use as a weapon? These are paid insurrectionists or agitators or troublemakers. You can call it whatever you want. And we ended it, and we have in custody some very bad people. Some very bad people.
Mr. President.
Did you see the guy throwing the rocks at the police cars as they went by and crushing their windows and endangering our police? We're not going to let that happen, yeah.
Pardon me, Mr. President, on those Marines, Governor Newsom has described them as political pawns. I'm curious for your reaction to that and what you see as the Marines' role and what are their rules of engagement?
All I want is safety. I just want a safe area. We have, Los Angeles was under siege until we got there. The police were unable to handle it. You can speak to the chief. He said it on television 3 nights ago. He said, this is more than we can handle. They said that. And the LA police, I know a lot of the police in LA, they're great people, but they're given instructions not to do this, not to do that. But in this case, they were trying their best. They were not able to handle it. It was out of control. When we got there, and you have to remember, I've been here before, and I went right by every rule, and I waited for governors to say, send in the National Guard. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it, and they just wouldn't do it. It kept going on and on, got worse and worse. And in Minneapolis, that city was burning down 7 days, and I said, I don't care. The governor, who's a governor that just happened to be running for vice president, a total, you talk about an incompetent governor, he's an incompetent person. That he was picked, well, I was actually very happy he was picked for other reasons. But this guy wouldn't call the National Guard. And we ultimately just sent in the National Guard. We stopped it. But that was after 7 days. And I said to myself, if that stuff happens again, we've got to make faster decisions because they don't want to do it. The radical left, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is. We sent them in, not early, we sent them in late as far as I'm concerned. But big problems, as you know, 3 nights ago, big problems were ensuing. If we didn't send in the National Guard quickly, right now, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground.
The Marines is, a lot of people think, an escalatory step, though. These are guys who fight wars. Are you at all concerned that things could get out of hand with Marines
when I see people
American City?
Throwing concrete into cars, when I see people, the kind of people that I saw on your network doing danger to the police and to the military and to the National Guard, no, it's okay. You know, you start running out of people when you have 2,000 people from a National Guard standpoint. We have a very big military, but the National Guard, they needed a little extra help, and we sent them a little, and we did a great job last night. We had, well, you got a lot of cars go up in smoke and flame and a lot of bad scenes, but it was pretty minor by comparison. This morning it's very calm. We'll see what happens later. But they know if they go there, they're not going to get anywhere because we have the National Guard there. We backed it up with a number of Marines, yeah.
Mr. President, do you agree with Governor Abbott soon signing legislation to mandate the 10 Commandments in school classrooms?
Having to do with what?
Governor Abbott is soon going to sign legislation to mandate displays of the 10 Commandments in school classrooms. Do you support him?
I have to take a look at it. I'm going to have to look at it.
Will the National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger. It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You ask me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. You'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases. And they really are, they're agitators.
I was wondering if you had any response to Mexican President Sheinbaum, who condemned the violence there. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Said what?
I was wondering if you had any response to what Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said.
What'd she say?
She condemned the violence in LA.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah. Have you been in touch with her at all?
Well, you think I don't condemn it? I condemn the violence in LA, ladies and gentlemen, but I also stopped the violence in LA. And by doing what I did, I stopped the violence in LA. And that would have been, I think, maybe I'd ask Christy to speak to that. That would have been an unbelievable tragedy. We would be talking, I don't know that would even be here right now. It would have been so bad, I'd probably maybe be out there. I don't know, but Christy, could you speak to that?
Absolutely. So in 2020, I was a governor of a neighboring state to Tim Walz and watched him let his city burn. And the president and I have talked about this in the past, and he was not going to let that happen to another city and to another community where a bad governor made a bad decision. So Claudia Sheinbaum came out and encouraged more protests in LA, and I condemn her for that. She should not be encouraging violent protests that are going on. If people are allowed to peacefully protest, but the violence that we're seeing is not acceptable, and it's not going to happen in America. This president is standing up for the average American who wants to walk their child to school every day safely, run their small business, and provide for their families. That's the action that he's taking. He has every authority under the Constitution to...
Test, final check, audio check, sound check. 1, 2, 3, sounds good, good. 1, 2, 3, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sound check. 1, 2, good, all right, everybody good.
Let's see what 77 Kennel is on tour.
Did you buy the hat? You were trying to be intentional.
I've been in my car for probably literally 10 years. Just like, what's wrong with me? I hadn't thought it through, and then when that was brought to my attention, I was very embarrassed.
Subscribers have to buy it.
A rare collection. A rare collection.
Adam, it's 6 for 967C, waiting for additional United Motion Stop.
Here, east, west. Yeah. Depending on...
Play 7717, I copy that break, copy around.
174.
Thinking about wanting to move me on this side? What do y'all think?
The Trump administration is mobilizing an additional 2,000 National Guard troops to inflame tensions in LA, impacting the state's wildfire prevention and fentanyl task force efforts. Trump doesn't care about protecting Californians. He's militarizing our state and provoking chaos. We have seen a very strong rhetoric between Governor Newsom and President Trump. President Trump stating that if it weren't for him, Los Angeles would be burning to the ground. And it's because of the arrival of the National Guard troops that there has been a restoration of law and order. So the two very far apart on this dialogue, as this is a live look right here of Santa Ana. And we do want to be mindful of what we are sharing with you. Sometimes there is graffiti in the area, and so we do want to be mindful because some of them can be explicit. I did see, a little bit of graffiti, so I'd rather be safe than sorry because, of the sensitivity of this. Mayor Karen Bass now at the podium.
Just to catch you up on where we are. Good morning, everyone. Just to catch you up on where we are today. As of now, we have not received words of raids. I think you all understand that the city is not notified when ICE goes to a workplace. And what we rely on, frankly, is reporting from the community, especially the immigrant rights organizations that have formed the Rapid Response Network. That is usually how we hear about a raid taking place. As far as we know, there might be one rally today, but we don't believe there's going to be a series of them, and we don't have a lot of information about that one rally. I do want to say that at 6 o'clock tonight, though, there will be an interfaith prayer vigil of which I will be honored to attend, and it will be at 6 o'clock, calling for peace, calling for unifying our community, calling for supporting immigrant Angelenos. So let me just say now, commenting about last night, the violence we saw last night, there is just no way to view it as unacceptable. So I do not believe that individuals that commit vandalism and violence in our city really are in support of immigrants. They have another agenda. If you support immigrants and the rights of immigrants to be in our city, you would not be tearing the city apart or vandalizing it. And I do want to say, especially for our national audiences, that those of us in Los Angeles understand that the unrest that has happened are a few blocks within the downtown area. It is not all of downtown, and it is not all of the city. Unfortunately, the visuals make it seem as though our entire city is in flames, and it is not the case at all. And I think it's important to say that. Now, having said that, though, the violence and the damage is unacceptable. It is not going to be tolerated, and individuals will be arrested and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And no individual that is involved in vandalism should think because they went home that night that they're off scot-free, because investigations will take place, and I am assured by the police department that there will be follow-up and arrests. The extensive vandalism downtown, especially of the graffiti that is just blanketing a number of blocks, has been extensive. We are 1 year away from the World Cup. This is about beautifying our city and bringing our city together. And so I am calling on business leaders, community leaders, faith leaders to come together downtown in the next few days to talk about how we are going to clean up the city. Obviously, city workers are already out there removing the graffiti, but this is so extensive, it's going to take community-wide involvement. We had launched a program called Shine LA a couple of months ago in preparation for the World Cup, and now we are called on to direct that citywide. We need people from all over the city to come to downtown and to help with this effort. The staff, the mayoral staff standing behind me, represent the best of our organizers and community liaisons, and they will be leading that effort. I do want to go back and say that, just go back in time a minute. On Thursday of last week, Los Angeles was peaceful. There was nothing going on here that warranted the federal intervention that took place the very next day. If we want to look at the cause of what is happening here, I take it back to raids that took place on Friday and the uncertainty and the fear and the fact that families across the city are terrified that they don't know if they should go to work, they don't know if they should go to school. We have people that were detained. We don't even know the exact numbers of the people that were detained. We have people that have not had contact with legal representation, nor have they even had contact with their families. And so there is an awful lot of concern. When the administration started, they said that this was about crime. They were going to go after violent felons, drug dealers, and I don't know how that matches with the scenes that we saw of people in Home Depot running through the parking lot because they were afraid that they were going to get arrested. You are talking about people who are trying to survive day by day, which is what a day laborer is doing, and why they would be considered as part of a problem as opposed to contributing to our economy is very difficult for me to understand. We've also received reports of people who were here legally, who were showing up for their annual appointment at the immigration office and maybe even showing up with their family and getting detained. This is just absolutely unnecessary. People have asked me, what are the Marines going to do when they get here? That's a good question. I have no idea. The National Guard that are here now have one assignment, and that is to protect one building, which is the federal building downtown. The second building, which is the federal building on Westwood Boulevard. And as far as I know, nothing has happened in Westwood at all. So this was not needed. The idea that the administration would usurp the authority of our state government, take it away from our governor, Gavin Newsom. The governor knows that if we put a request in for the National Guard and it went to him, he would comply. There was never an issue there because we were never thinking about calling upon the National Guard. So I do want you to know that the violence that has happened has required LAPD to ask for additional assistance, but not from the federal government. We are a county of 88 cities. There's a number of police departments in those cities, and we have the sheriff's department. And so we have received assistance from the California Highway Patrol. I mentioned the sheriffs from Orange County, San Bernardino, Riverside, Santa Barbara, Ventura County, and a number of law enforcement departments around the county. So with them being fully deployed now, we're establishing a unified command under LAPD and Chief McDonnell, which will accelerate our ability to respond to hotspots when people splinter off and create pockets of trouble. So I do want to thank all the officers who've been working tirelessly and putting themselves at risk to keep our city safe. But the real solution of all of this is for the administration to stop the raids. We have heard that these raids might take place for the next 30 days. We don't know how many are going to take place in a given day. And you just think about the disruption to families and the disruption to our local economy. You might have a mother who goes to work in someone's home doing childcare or taking care of the household, a father who is the gardener or doing landscaping, people who are working in factories, and people without documents who are running small businesses, contributing to our economy in every step of the way. So I just want to conclude by saying we are 12 months away from the World Cup. We need the administration to help us prepare. They are talking about spending over $100 million with this deployment, which is why I say that I feel like we've all been in Los Angeles a part of a grand experiment to see what happens when the federal government decides they want to roll up on a state or roll up on a city and take over. So with that, I would open it up for questions, of which Zach will manage. Well, first of all, when I say a few streets, I don't mean that to mean like it's very small, because the vandalism, especially the graffiti, has happened kind of outside of that. But nevertheless, I'm trying to counter the image that this is happening all over our city, because it is not. And so we do want law enforcement to respond aggressively. Anybody that is out committing crimes are not doing it in solidarity with immigrants. They are doing the exact opposite. So we have to enforce the law here. I'm going to continue advocating with the federal government, though, to see how disruptive this is. But there needs to be a call that says this is unacceptable. And if you engage in this behavior, you will be prosecuted. Now, we're looking at things like curfews. We're looking at other aggressive response that we can have in case this violence breaks out again.
12218 Yearling Place, cross of Thorn Lake.
Well, I do think that they are, but I do think that we need to be in terms of prevention. And I don't mean aggressive in terms of engaging with the crowd, but there's things that you can do to prevent. So I had a brief conversation with the chief this morning about a curfew. So we will be meeting about that later on today. And that's the type of aggressive tactic I was referring to.
Tom is responding code 3 from the station. Is there a second unit code 3 to this minute to our call on Yearling Place?
The new information this minute. Go ahead.
The one also is to respond code 3.
Well, that doesn't mean that I will stop. You know that. I'm not going to give up. But on the other hand, you just said 60 days. Somebody else is going to say 30. Somebody's going to say 90. The bottom line is we don't know. And that is consistent with ICE raids, of course. We never know when. We never know how long. But that very notion creates such a terrible sense of fear in our city. And it's just not right to do that to a population who's trying to survive. We are a city of immigrants. Right.
Solid with unit station 92 Adam advising code 4. On Santa Monica by Texas Sleep 927B. Code 4.
No, I think that was money, as I understand it, that they were going to spend on the troop mobilization. Maybe that's what you're referring to. They don't need to spend it themselves. So I could not even imagine that they would come here and ask us to reimburse their unnecessary expense. Just imagine what we could do with $130 million in terms of preparing our city for the World Cup. Exactly. No, LA cannot afford it. Yes. No, that is correct, but Julia, at this point in time, that would be really early. Oh, okay. Where are you going? Let me just, I'm sorry, you finished? Okay. I was worried about that before the ICE raids. I mean, that is a worry. I mean, you know, the theme of the administration is uncertainty. And so I have been very hopeful, and you know this, in terms of the fires and the cooperation we received from the federal government, working well with the administration, and now the pendulum has swung in a whole nother area. Well, you know what it would mean. I mean, you know that we came off of a very difficult budget year, but you also, it's very important to understand that it takes FEMA a long time. We're still looking for some reimbursements from COVID, and that didn't have anything to do with this administration. With LAPD? Uh-huh. No, well, yeah, let me just say that I have been, a close coordination has not been necessary right now, but I have been in conversation with Superintendent Cavallo. We spoke the other day, and what he is deciding to do, I know he's deciding to protect the children. You know that a month ago or 2 months ago, ICE agents showed up to an elementary school to do a welfare check on some kids. It's very interesting that you would send federal officers in to check on elementary school kids. But I know he's also dealing with the fear from the parents. So, for example, at my grandson's school yesterday, there was ICE that was visible, and you have parents who are dropping off and picking up their kids. How do you think they feel? You know, I mean, it's a sense of intimidation and fear that is just so unnecessary and so corrosive to our city. No. No, I can't imagine that there would be a conflict between local and federal police from the LAPD perspective. That will not happen.
8274, are we 97 in the area?
Temporary copy 97 and 8.
No, I do not. I mean, I talked to the chief an hour ago. No, we're not notified of anything. I will tell you that Saturday night, when there was definitely some vandalism downtown, not what happened in the morning, which was in Paramount, but downtown Saturday night, and the president tweeted out that it was because he sent in the National Guard that the violence was stopped. And he congratulated the National Guard on Saturday. The National Guard didn't arrive in the city until Sunday. Absolutely not. I mean, my guess is that you have social media phenomena that calls for parties, that calls for street takeovers, and I think it's in the same vein. What I do believe very strongly is that the groups that are vandalizing downtown are not a part of the immigrant rights movement, are not concerned about immigrants, are concerned about wreaking havoc, and are immigrant rights organizations that have been institutions, well-established, well-respected institutions in our city for decades, are used to doing protests. They are very well organized and coordinated, and they don't tolerate the violence. Yesterday's demonstration that was put on by labor, especially in solidarity with David Huerta, they had a system there where they wouldn't let people in a certain area if they had a mask on. My point is that we know how to take care of these issues ourselves. And then when you said about how the reason why, things have gotten under control because of the National Guard, I gave you an example where the National Guard wasn't even here, and he was tweeting that out. The other thing is that if you want to know what the National Guard is doing, drive by the federal building. They are stationary at the federal building, protecting the building. They are not out doing crowd control or anything like that. So I don't know how he could say that the National Guard is who saved the day. Who saved the day are our local law enforcement agencies.
Pedestrian Station 23 Tom advising it's code 4, fire on scene and handling.
In one response, please, 34.
Well, on Friday, I was notified when the raids were happening. I was notified, there were 3 raids in the city of Los Angeles. There might have been some others I've heard about that were outside of the city that day. And I heard about it when the Rapid Response Network began notifying people that a raid was taking place. And then at that point, the family members know, hey, my son, my father, my spouse is working at this place. And then they start showing up. So that's when I heard about it. And then shortly after that, we began hearing from the administration. The National Guard issue came into play on Friday as well as Saturday. That's when I was talking to officials with the Trump administration, including Tom Homan. I spoke to him maybe about an hour before he said if I got out of line or the governor did, we'd both be arrested. Right. I appreciate that question. Ironically, the IOC was here last week, and so I met with them directly. We did actually a panel with them, and we were talking then about how vast our city is and how if something happens in one area, it doesn't mean it's happening all around the city. So it's a little ironic that we're having that conversation. I have not talked to them directly since then. Needless to say, my focus has been on keeping Angelenos safe and protected here. What I'm thinking is yes, because there's no need for it to be anything other than that. It's just important to reiterate that what is happening is not happening. It's not even happening in the entire downtown area. So there would be no need for a citywide curfew. But again, this is just preliminary discussions. It's one thing to say a curfew, then you have to enforce it. Well, I wish I could say and not have to worry about, but we're coming together. I spoke to business leaders this morning saying that we need to come together, not just to talk, but come together with a plan on how we're going to repair the damage that has taken place and understand that it's going to take everybody. It's going to take the private sector, obviously the city. The city workers are already out there, and they've been out there for hours, and they've been out there for the last couple of days. But I know if you've driven around downtown, you know how massive this is. So the city workers are going to need assistance as well, but also, you know, general citizens. I think everybody is concerned about downtown. I think people need to come from all different parts of the city to join us in repairing the damage that has taken place.
Boy handle 32 Tom to assist 921 5058 Pierce Avenue. 5058 Pierce, male, black hoodie, dark pants with a bike.
To be honest with you, I don't know, especially considering the relationship that was developing before this. The only thing I can think of, and that's why I keep going back to, I think we're an experiment. Because if you can do this to the nation's second largest city, maybe the administration is hoping that this will be a signal to everybody everywhere to fear them. That your federal government that historically has protected you can come in and take over. No, but I'm gonna put out a call to him today. I have been talking to I want to tell him to stop the raids. I want to tell him that this is a city of immigrants. I want to tell him that if you want to devastate the economy of the city of Los Angeles, then attack the immigrant population. I want to tell him, don't you want the World Cup to be a success for you? Well, if that's what you want, give us help. Give us the $130 million that are being used for no reason, wasting taxpayers' money. Give us that money so that we can get prepared for the World Cup next year. No. What I said is that I have not, period, reached out directly to President Trump. My conversations with people either in the administration or close to the administration have been continuing. I've not spoken to Mr. Holman again, but I think those conversations are still going on. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, first of all, again, the National Guard's mission is to protect the federal building. That's why I said that we're in discussion as to whether or not there should be a curfew. All of those things will help their business.
Harry, the model is showing up 1815. It's maroon in color. It was taken 6/10/2025 out of LA Santa Clarita.
Well, first of all, you know, the state of California is a sanctuary state. So this could have happened basically to any of the cities. Now, cities, some have adopted the policy, but it is state policy. And so, yes, my concern with those cities that you named is look out. This could happen to you. And if I'm not mistaken, at least a couple of those cities, I think it's Denver and Boston, have already been hauled in to congressional hearings.
1179 87th Street at Firestone for Helio for a block on the DRV block lane. It's called?
David, call.
That's him.
Well, Dave, yes, we did know about it, like anything else, when it was occurring. We knew about it. Well, just what you said. I mean, the same information I have as well, that street vendors were arrested, that they went in and arrested or detained street vendors. But in terms of what the city can do to protect public properties, you know that we have no idea where they're going. We would not have the capacity to have LAPD at every public facility. And so I was in a room yesterday morning, meeting with the immigrant rights organizations, and all of a sudden everybody's cell phones started blowing up. That's when we all heard about a raid that was taking place in Whittier. So part of the uncertainty and the instability that this creates is that we don't know. It's kind of like whack-a-mole. So if the city hears of something, they will go to it. But you know there is no capacity that we could monitor all of the public facilities.
He was last seen driving eastbound on East Avenue R and out of view.
Well, we can ask that, but at the end of the day, you know, it would be very difficult for city staff to tell armed ICE agents that they can't come in somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to call on you.
White Acura with the plate of 8 Young George Robert 644.
What would be the implications if they step beyond?
Further questions, 264, thank you, go ahead.
What's the color of the car?
It's going to be a white Acura, 4-door, license plate 8.
Well, I don't think I'm going to tell them. What I would tell them is go back and guard the building. That's what I would tell them. But obviously, I have no authority over federal troops.
Any questions?
Well, the implication, it depends on what they would do. Again, there's nothing happening. So if they wanted to just march up and down the street, then that's one thing. But there's nothing going on right now. And when there is something going on, our law enforcement has the capacity to address it. Yes, wrap us up.
7-4, I got a match. I sent it to MDC.
Well, I mean, I think it's terrible. I think it sends a terrible message. As you said, the prime minister of the country had to respond. The president of Mexico has responded. Again, I know, but maybe I don't, that these countries look at this, and I don't think they thought there was some grand thing happening here that required ICE agents to come and disrupt workplaces or chase people through Home Depot parking lots. Thank you very much, everyone.
Northbound downturn on 40th Street from Palmer Boulevard. Yes, go ahead. Check it out.
Attention from the unit. 60 brake fluid. Code 9 behind A. Vehicle 40th Street. And...
Trying to get to the Circle K on 40th Street from Palmer Boulevard. Occupy what is even to be Yes.
Immigration raids on Friday. That then expanded to other communities in Southern California and now other cities across the United States. Friday, just to give you some context, Friday is when federal immigration authorities arrested more than 40 people across the city of Los Angeles, and then demonstrators and crowds responded, some blocking major highways and freeways, setting self-driving cars on fire as police responded with tear gas, rubber bullets, and flashbang grenades. And we were sharing with you that live video right here on Live Now from Fox as those protests erupted into violence. Really just shocking images right there. On the heels of that, President Trump issued a presidential memorandum to deploy 2,000 National Guard troops to the Los Angeles area, and now also deploying Marines to continue to protect federal property and maintain peace in those communities. And you can see that is what those guardsmen are doing right there. You can see them with their helmets, with their gear, and of course their rifles. As in the background, you can see just folks, residents, just walking by what looks like Main Street in Santa Ana, California, right there. As we continue to just maintain constant coverage, constant updates for you. We haven't on this Tuesday seen any protests pop up. Sometimes that can happen a little bit later on in the day, at least on the East Coast time. But as always, we are making sure that we are taking a very close look and keeping an eye, monitoring, if you will, all of our live feeds coming in from Southern California and around the country, as this is a live look right here from Santa Ana, California, as National Guard troops maintain a presence in this community as well as a number of other communities as well. President Trump and California Governor Gavin Newsom and Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass really squaring off, as Newsom and Bass speaking out against the presence of the National Guard troops. President Trump, though, pushing back, saying if it weren't for him and these National Guard troops there in the Los Angeles area, Los Angeles, he says, would not exist because of the violence that has erupted. California Attorney General Rob Bonta also filed a lawsuit over the use of National Guard troops following the first deployment, telling reporters that President Trump had, quote, trampled the state's sovereignty, saying, quote, we don't take lightly to the president abusing his authority and unlawfully mobilizing California National Guard troops. That is the California Attorney General right there. He then sought a court order declaring President Trump's use of the guards unlawful and asked for a restraining order to halt the deployment. President Trump, though, saying that Los Angeles would have been, quote, completely obliterated if he had not deployed the guard. U.S. officials also said that the Marines who were being deployed to protect federal property and personnel, including immigration agents, and there were about a dozen or so buses with blacked out windows and escorted by sheriff's vehicles that arrived in downtown Los Angeles right there. We're going to continue to maintain this live look here from Santa Ana, California, and bring you any other live coverage once that should happen. I also wanted to share this live look with you as we are expecting the State Department briefing to get underway momentarily. You can see all of the journalists have now been seated. This was scheduled to get underway at 2 p.m. Eastern time, now running about 20 minutes or so behind schedule. So we are going to step away for a break as we do anticipate the State Department press briefing to get underway. We'll be right back.
That's right. I know. All right, you guys. And then like thousands went faster before that. Like, no, I tried it too, and my number was like 1,900.
Una más. No, lo estás tapando a él. No quiero que lo tape.
You're doing a good too, and then you can have the attachment for the seat. You want to put the seat? Yeah, you can plug this, stand up. I mean, it's like a bike.
And then
I want to add the seat.
will you send me the picture of the please?
It's fast too, 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Not fast.
I want some of them in like LA too.
I'm 290 and this thing goes 30 miles an hour.
Yeah,
so I can imagine
cute.
somebody that weighs less. Forward too.
What's your name? 714-395-1681. Frankie. What is yours? Nice to meet you.
Thank you for both.
Yeah, for sure. It starts at 12 o'clock, the protest.
Oh, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you get me your extra? Nobody's there with
714-395-1681.
What's this?
Tommy again a week from today when I'm with the Secretary traveling. So be prepared. You've got a week to prepare, but of course I'll also see you again on Thursday. We do have some announcements here. First of all, over the last few days, Americans have witnessed scenes of lawlessness as radicals in Los Angeles riot to protect criminal illegal aliens. Again, I take it Tommy took good care of you last week. You will have Tommy again a week from today when I'm with the Secretary traveling. So be prepared. You've got a week to prepare, but of course I'll also see you again on Thursday. We do have some announcements here. First of all, over the last few days, Americans have witnessed scenes of lawlessness as radicals in Los Angeles riot to protect criminal illegal aliens. Agitators have attacked law enforcement and shut down freeways. We remain undeterred in our commitment to enforce our laws and secure the border. During recent days, the administration has taken illegal alien gang members, child predators, rapists, and burglars off the streets. Thanks to the historic action across all of government under President Trump, the border is more secure than it ever has been, with illegal border crossings at a historic low. The border crisis that unfolded under the previous administration, however, did untold damage. The big beautiful bill, as an example, before Congress will build on President Trump's progress, ensuring we have the resources to enforce our laws and secure our border. To that end, the United States is committed to disrupting the illicit manufacture and trafficking of fentanyl, a leading cause of death of people aged 18 to 49 in the United States. Yesterday, the United States announced that it is sanctioning La Chapitos, a powerful faction of the Mexico-based Sinaloa cartel, along with its two fugitive leaders. The United States is also designating a regional network of Los Chapitos associates and businesses based in Mazatlan, Mexico. This network engages in drug trafficking, extortion, kidnapping, and money laundering. Under Secretary Marco Rubio, the State Department will continue to protect our nation by keeping illicit drugs off our streets and disrupting the revenue streams funding Mexico-based cartels' violent and criminal activity. In addition, Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau will travel to Mexico, El Salvador, and Guatemala from June 10th to the 13th. As detailed in the trip announcement, quote, in each country, Deputy Secretary Landau will participate in a high-level bilateral engagements to further strengthen diplomatic ties and cooperation. He will engage in discussions to drive the private sector led economic growth, boost U.S. commercial investments in our region, and highlight the importance of ending illegal immigration. In addition, there are additional announcements today, of course. The United States sanctioned 5 individuals and 5 sham charities for financially supporting Hamas under the guise of humanitarian work. Additionally, we are targeting a fraudulent charity linked to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, the PFLP. The United States will use all available tools to prevent abuse of the nonprofit sector for the benefit of terrorist groups like Hamas and the PFLP. We are committed to ensuring humanitarian aid can in fact be delivered by reliable and safe organizations. Finally, cultural diplomacy remains an important endeavor of the Trump administration. The Kennedy Center exemplifies this commitment, and its gala is tomorrow night, led by the musical Les Miserables. The center will have a season that will have Broadway, ballet, opera, and even Dolly Parton, in addition to a lot of other great things for kids as well. in this world of ours. It sounds very nice and very appropriate. And now to your question. Sounds like Matt Lee is amused. I hope you might be.
I just had to, well, I mean,
some coughing. I know you weren't laughing. And you might. It would be good to become perhaps a season ticket holder to the Kennedy Center. I'm just saying. But go ahead.
I would be happy to be a season ticket holder to Kennedy Center. And I would love to see Les Mis because I never saw it.
There you go.
But anyway, listen, just on your copper, and then I want to go shoot really quickly to the Middle East. Just on the top, the State Department doesn't have any role in what's going on in LA in terms of quelling the violence. Is that correct?
Well, as I would view it, and I think that we all know that many of the aspects regarding illegal immigration, certainly on the issue of visas, the controlling of the border, the designating of foreign terrorist organizations, is one part of a whole of government effort to keep the country safe, to keep Americans safe. Don't push me off here.
All right, so that is State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce, but we did want to bring you this breaking news look of President Trump as he arrives in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. He is set to take part observe a military demonstration. Unfortunately, you can see that the camera has now not stayed on President Trump right there. It's a little shaky right there, so I didn't want you to get dizzy right there, but we did want to bring that to you as we did have a live look very briefly of President Trump as he was there landing in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. Also to note, in just about 20 minutes or so, he is expected to observe the military demonstration. It's a little unclear as to whether he might be running behind schedule, but once that happens, we get a live look. We, of course, will bring that to you. But we are going to head back now to the State Department briefing. They were speaking about immigration, speaking about security, and now in the question and answer portion of this briefing.
Seeking a two-state solution for the Israel-Palestinian conflict. And I want to know, I mean, he's been outspoken on this issue in the past, before he became ambassador. But is he speaking on his own, or is this now administration policy that you're no longer so interested in that kind of a resolution?
Well, first of all, I'm not going to characterize the ambassador's remarks. I'm not going to explain them or really comment on them at all. I think he certainly speaks for himself. At the same time, of course, ambassadors are there and they're working with their host country. But when it comes to American policy and certainly where the president stands, I'd suggest you call the White House. All right. Yes, Andrea Mitchell.
Hi, thank you, Tammy. Let me ask you about part of the potential enforcement of the administration's policies to deter illegal immigration. There is reporting of a potential plan to send undocumented immigrants or others who have been detained to Guantanamo, perhaps as soon as tomorrow, while there is court case pending to rule out Guantanamo as place to send people, saying that it was not necessary, it's too expensive, and that the conditions are intolerable. But that this would include Europeans from allied countries, countries that would willingly accept deportations of their illegal immigrants here. So, what is the State Department's position on whether European illegal immigrants, migrants, who've been detained should be sent to Guantanamo rather than to their host countries?
All right, so we'll be going next up shortly.
That would very willingly accept them. Do you think that this would damage relationships with our allies?
Well, first of all, I can tell you that this entire dynamic, it's managed by DHS, first of all. It's certainly not a dynamic managed by the State Department. I can also say that, of course, it's not new that we are moving criminal illegal aliens to Guantanamo prior. It's not the final destination. It's prior to their being sent to their home country. But when it comes to each country, I'm not going to speak to that. But I would suggest that well, I won't speak to any country when it comes to the illegal aliens, the criminal aliens that may or may not be sent to Guantanamo Bay. That clearly sits within a diplomatic framework. You're asking me to speak on what the secretary or others might be discussing with their foreign counterparts, and I'm certainly not going to do that. I'm not going to speculate, and nor will I guess or speculate on the nature of any kind of backlash or the impact on the State Department. What I can tell you is that the backlash would be as if we weren't doing our job. State Department and the Secretary has been very specific about our role, which is the vetting of people who are coming here in the first place, removing illegal aliens who are here, criminal illegal aliens, whether they've overstayed their visa or here illegally entirely. We're very focused on the nature of what the State Department has as its charge. And this is a framework, again, that's, as I just mentioned to Matt, where you've got a whole of government framework. The DHS is in charge of this particular aspect.
But if the DHS literally would be in charge, but does the State Department have a view about what the diplomatic impact would be on our allies?
Again, Andrea, you know I'm not here to speak about the diplomatic opinion or the speculation of the nature of the feelings of things. I'm here to talk about the specifics. You're right. You know, the United States has increased enforcement of immigration laws and removal of illegal aliens. They are being removed because they didn't have a legal basis to be in the United States. These are and why, you know, the visa dynamics, the nature of that we have the right, like every country does, to control who comes in and to have an interest in who stays. And that's what this is
Do you think that
about.
sending people to Guantanamo might have a salutary deterrent impact? Would that help the whole of government approach which you were describing?
What I can say is that this is a very specific mission to make American streets safer. And this is why President Trump was elected, to do exactly this. Yes, ma'am.
Just going back to Matt's question on Huckabee's comments, I know you said that the ambassador speaks for himself, but he was appointed by the president, and he does represent the U.S. government in Israel. So is a two-state solution a goal of the U.S. State Department currently?
You know, I'm not going to speak again. What I said to Matt, and what I'll keep saying is, I'm not going to parse the ambassador's remarks. That's not what I'm going to do here, and I'm also not going to speak about the nature of what people say that he was claiming or not claiming. I'm not going to have a speculative conversation about that right now. I would suggest that when it comes to the policy of the United States, that sits with President Donald Trump, and he's just he's like a 15-minute walk away from this building. Call them, and in fact, I think they would have an answer for you, I would think.
Okay, but of course, the president sets the policy, but Secretary of State is in charge of foreign policy. So irrelevant of
yes,
what
I'm not,
ambassador.
Yes, I'm not going to begin a conversation speculating based on a statement Ambassador Huckabee may or may not have made. I would suggest when we think about the policy, yes, Secretary Rubio implements President Trump's vision for foreign policy. In speaking on that issue, with everything going on in this world, we are focused clearly on the nature of the things that are in front of us. And I would just suggest calling the White House to make a determination of the Trump policy, the Trump administration's approach in this regard. So Secretary Rubio doesn't make foreign policy. It's his vision and implementation of President Trump's point of view and President Trump's vision. And so that's what Secretary Rubio does, and obviously does it very well. Yes, sir.
What's the vision that he's implementing here, Tammy?
I'm not going to begin to speculate or go into this. I'm just not going to go here. Ladies, if you want to speak about the National Security Advisor, also call the White House. Yes, sir.
Just to follow up on that issue.
Sure. And this will go ahead.
Sure, but what we have heard from the president is he wants the United States to take over Gaza, which is obviously one of the occupied Palestinian territories and would be part of a future two-state solution. So is that, you haven't mentioned that, but should we assume that is part of the policy? And therefore that opens the question of what about the West Bank and East Jerusalem? And is that, Ambassador Huckabee seems to be suggesting there wouldn't be a future Palestinian state in those remaining areas. So we kind of know half of the answer to the question, and that you've said it's President Trump's view and decision. He's stated that, although you haven't restated it here about Gaza. So it's just if we could clarify.
Well, there's a focus on Gaza, and for a very good reason. And that's what we're focused on, is the ceasefire, is stopping the carnage, dealing with what's going on in Gaza, after, of course, the horrific events of October 7th, the nature of what's happening with Iran and its death squads of Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. It's a full plate. And what one does is you start at the beginning and you move forward. We are still working on dealing with either certainly ceasefire and peace for Gaza, and then, of course, the aftermath of that, and rebuilding and dealing with what that means. At some point in time, that will hopefully be the major conversation here, right? Is in the aftermath and the rebuilding and how that's happening. And I would expect that to be a conversation that we'll all be engaging in.
Is it?
All right, so we're listening in there to State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce touching on a number of topics, but also including immigration and border security. We are going to step away for a brief break, continuing our live coverage on the State Department press briefing momentarily.
Very normal day. That's the only reason why.
Oh, again, 3-7 and 2-8.
¿Qué está pasando?
Ahí they were fighting. Second match. Can't find it? Flip right away, bro.
Sometimes made, not tremendous progress, but enough to keep going. So it is not, it is a dynamic as it would be with any diplomatic consideration, that negotiations are meant to move things forward. And the good news is that in fact, it would appear that things are moving forward, and that's what we all want. All right, yes, sir.
Thank you, Dominic. Moving to Ukraine, if I may.
All right, now let's, one more, now we're thinking of Lebanon and the other elements of the Middle East. Did you have something, sir? Yes, you.
Well, it was an Iran follow-up, actually.
All right, Iran follow-up, all right.
So President Trump also said something about Iran that was quite interesting yesterday during the roundtable. He said that Iran has been helping with the ceasefire negotiations in Gaza. Are you able to shed any light on that?
No, I can't. Refer you to the White House in that regard. All right. Lebanon, yes, sir, right there.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Ukraine has been under massive drone attacks, particularly Kiev last night. Given that Ukrainian president said publicly that they have been asking for permission from the U.S. To purchase air defense systems that they can mitigate Russian attacks, why wouldn't the U.S. let them purchase air defense systems, much needed air defense systems?
Well, I can't speak to the details of purchase decisions or negotiations about what we're going to allow to be purchased by an ally. That is the Department of Defense, effectively. What I do know is what the President has said and what the Secretary of State has said in a number of venues is that We certainly, and we've been Ukraine's biggest supporter and defender, literally, is that we want them to have surface-to-air missile protections, right? We want them to be able to deal with incoming missiles. We know that it's been discussed about our European partners who have those systems from us to get them to Ukraine. There's a number of different negotiations and aspects involved in this kind of dynamic that does not involve the State Department. It's about munitions and purchasing and all of that. What I do know is that we are doing and continue to wish to do as much as we can. That is not disputed. And I understand the Ukrainians, who are great friends of this country and have done, there's no disputing the bravery and the commitment of the Ukrainian people. If that was ever in doubt or questionable, this war and how they've defended their nation has dispelled any of that. I had the pleasure of being in a bilat with a Ukrainian delegation recently here, and they are astounding people, and they're remarkable, and they are committed to getting their country safe and this war to end. And so are we. The United States has proven that. The details of which are many, and I can't speak to that, and I certainly would dispute that we are not letting Ukraine do something. The opposite has always been the case. Our goal is to make sure that this war comes to an end, and we continue to focus on that.
And Tammy, on that line, I would appreciate if you help us clarify, reports that the United States has redirected some of the promised defensive weapons from Ukraine. Well, supposed to go to Ukraine, but they redirected to the Middle East. Is that accurate?
I can't speak to that. That is not something that, whether it is or is not happening, it's a decision that is clearly one based in national security if it's happening, and certainly a diplomatic framework that, if a decision has been made, is not something I'm going to remark on here at the podium.
Maybe can I ask one more bigger picture question, Tammy?
No, that's going to be it. We're moving along here. I want to get as many people as I can in today. Yes, sir.
Last week, Pakistan's all-parliamentary delegation led by Bilawal Bhutto Zardari was here. Did he had any meeting the State Department, and also has U.S. received any commitment or assurance from Pakistan that they will they will take action against terrorists working from this?
Well, I can tell you that State Department officials, including Undersecretary for Political Affairs Alison Hooker, met with the Pakistani parliamentary delegation during a visit they had to Washington last week. She reiterated U.S. support for the ongoing ceasefire, as you might imagine, thank God, between India and Pakistan. They also discussed important issues to the bilateral relationship, including counterterrorism cooperation. So that meeting occurred. We also know that Deputy Secretary Landau met with the Indian parliamentary delegation last week, and he also reaffirmed the United States' strong support of India in the fight against terrorism and strategic partnership between those two countries.
Did you receive any assurance from Pakistan that they will take action against terrorists?
I am not going to discuss the details of those conversations.
Also,
all right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Tammy. Do you have any updates on the temporary pause on scheduling new interviews for student visa applications? Is that still in effect?
I can tell you, of course, and that's a good question because there's so many other conversations about visa restrictions. I do believe that we are in the process, and I don't know if, Tommy, we might have to take this back, I know last week that we were in the process of indicating that it would be very soon and that people should start looking for those spaces to open up regarding appointments. Nothing has changed in our encouragement still of people to apply for those student visas. This was a matter of making sure that the process that we were expecting of consulates and embassies was proper when it came to what we expected them to be able to vet for. And that process, we were told, would be rapid. And I think at this point, what I can reassert here is that people should watch for those spaces to be open, should continue to apply. This is not going to be a lengthy or an ongoing dynamic. It was meant for a specific, almost an administrative adjustment. And I would hope perhaps we can go back and get more on this. But I think that that's where it stands. And perhaps on Thursday I can get even something more specific for you on the record. And another reminder to the people watching at home. When I say we're going to take something back, it means that we're going to get an answer to that question for the reporter and get it right back to them as well. And so that'll also help us for the next briefing also. Afghanistan, yes ma'am. Afghanistan. Afghanistan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's keep this in order, please. Let's go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
As you know, Afghanistan situation is still critical, but different people, different diplomats like Zal Khalil, the former ambassador in Iraq and Afghanistan, he has a positive idea. But unfortunately, yesterday there was
We are listening into the State Department briefing discussing the Middle East, but we're just getting a live look right here of Marine Force One, where we are expecting President Trump to exit the helicopter right here. This as he is visiting Fort Bragg. And so we did want to share that live look with you right there as President Trump has arrived at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. This is what we believe is Marine One. We saw another helicopter which held a number of Secret Service agents, and now the second helicopter landing right here. This comes as President Trump is expected to attend a military demonstration at Fort Bragg and also deliver remarks for the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. We shared with you his departure on Air Force One just a short time ago, and now it does look like he has landed there in North Carolina. I'm just going to raise the audio so we can listen in.
They probably take it. Is there going to be a witness to that? Honestly, I'm waiting to see how the big one is going to be like. You know, the June 14th.
It's a live look right here. You can see the military equipment and the gear as he is set to witness a military demonstration and later on bring some remarks. It does look like the camera is now panned up to the sky, so we're going to reset after this.
Mister. Hey, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you. I was just thinking about you. I have to catch a plane at 3, so I can't be here very long.
Where are you going?
I'm actually going to Vegas to do a freelance job with Nadia.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Like
amazing.
3 days. Yeah, I know. It's just like she does corporate stuff, and it's just like at this convention, she's doing headshots of people. She does it a lot. She makes good money too. Were you here yesterday?
No, just.
There's a protest planned, Michelle said.
Which is Hamas. Hamas put the people of Gaza in this situation by launching the horrific attacks of October 7th, which killed 6 British citizens and 46 Americans, and continue to hold hostage.
That's another name I haven't heard in a long time.
It's the same name, and she doesn't change. Oh, a dog. Is there a dog in this picture?
So the guy with the Mexican flag told me they were going to focus here at noon.
Oh, really?
I don't see it.
What time is it? Oh, yeah.
So I don't know if that's 4:30.
Okay. These guys with guns. This is insanity.
And handling the situation. I would hope, as we all do, that we can finally have some answers and some agreement when it comes to the situation.
On Iraq, you said that you are encouraging both Erbil and Baghdad, the Christian region of Iraq and Baghdad, to solve the issue over the budget. Are you engaging with them? There are reports that recently the U.S. charged the affairs to the Iraqi embassy in Baghdad. He met with the Iraqi Prime Minister and he put direct pressure on Iraqi Prime Minister to solve this issue. Now the Iraqi officials are saying that we are getting heated from the Washington to solve this issue. Do you have any updates?
Well, in my previous answer to this, it's clear, even from this podium, we're expressing what we expect to see, and they know what we think. And we've been saying it over and over again. It's not, I'm not going to speak on rumors or single reports or somebody talking about a charge d'affaires or an ambassador and what they're talking about and who they're meeting. That's not going to happen here. But we here have made it very clear that this is a situation that has to stop. And we know that, of course, as I've noted, that resolving situations like this will entice more companies to get involved in the area, making everyone's lives in the region better. All right. Yes, sir, in the back. I was behind the man with no tie, but behind our friend with no tie. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I should not wear the tie then.
Now, you have a tie on. That would be you, yes. No, you, sir.
Oh, thank you
yes.
so much. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Tammy.
Too many with no ties these days. All right. No offense
so
to the no tie wearers.
Thank you so much, Tammy. So after the ceasefire between India and Pakistan, President Trump offered to mediate on the issue of Indian-held Kashmir. I was just wondering what kind of follow-up we are expecting, like how State Department move forward, like inviting the leadership of both the countries, or like going to support UN Security Council resolution on Kashmir?
Well, I obviously can't speak to what's on the mind or the plans of the president. What I do know is I think we all recognize that President Trump, in each step that he takes, it's made to solve generational differences between countries, generational war. So it shouldn't surprise anyone that he'd want to manage something like that. He seems very much to be, and not just seems, but he has been the only one to bring certain people to the table, to have conversations that nobody thought was possible. So while I can't speak to his plans, the world knows his nature, and I can't speak to any details of what he might have in that regard. You could call the White House. I have a feeling they would have plenty to say, but it is an exciting time that if we can get to a point in that particular conflict, thank God, but also thank Secretary Rubio and President Trump and the Vice President, it's a very interesting time. And so it's every day we bring something new, and I hope perhaps something like that can also get resolved before the president.
Yeah, keeping Americans safe is a top priority of this administration. An American citizen, Group of Panu, has wrote a letter to Secretary Blinken demanding to put sanctions on Indian agents involved in the assassination attempt. Did you get that letter? What is your?
Well, if that's something I can't speak on, but let's take that back and we'll go on from there. All right, now I've already spoken to some of you with your hands up. Yes, sir. The blue top, no, behind you, no, in the glasses, sir. Yes.
As you know very well, new South Korean President Lee Jae-myung is pursuing pragmatic foreign policy, which regards the alliance with the United States as the very foundation of his foreign policy. But pragmatic policy also signals an openness to stably manage relations with China. So do you have any comment on the new South Korean government's foreign policy stance?
Well, I don't. What I can tell you is that there was a call between the president and President Jae-myung Lee. We can confirm that that phone call, in fact, took place, and we refer you to the White House for those details. We congratulate the president on his election as the president of the Republic of Korea, and we're confident under his leadership that our alliance will continue to thrive. Again, for more, perhaps further comment, if you'd like to know what President Trump's view of that, I'd suggest you call the White House. All right, now in the back is going to be our last question here to you, sir. In a nice white crisp shirt and a tie and glasses, and there's our sartorial remarks here today.
Thank you, Tammy, for giving me the opportunity to ask.
Yes, sir. And your outlet again, sir?
I work for France 24 and Al-Sharq Al-Awsat newspaper.
Very good. Welcome aboard.
My question is about Lebanon. There were reports yesterday that the U.S. is engaging Israel in some discussions about the fate of UNIFIL. Would you please shed some lights on what do you think regarding the situation of UNIFIL in southern Lebanon, and what do you expect from UNIFIL and from the Lebanese government? And also, I have a question whether you would confirm that Ambassador Tom Barak will visit Lebanon next week. Thank you.
All right, well, for the first part of that, we'll have to take all of that back. I know that quite some time ago, We discussed this here at the podium, but as we also know, time changes things, and I want to make sure, I don't want to repeat to you the nature of what we were saying months ago. So let's go back and we'll get those answers there. Regarding Ambassador Barak, he is, of course, our ambassador to Turkey, and he's leading the way in our effort regarding Syria. And giving them a chance to make a difference and to move into the future. I think we can get a good answer from the ambassador about his plans regarding any travel. I'll do my best for you in that regard. But he's a busy guy. We had him here last week. He spoke to many here in general, off the record for like a meet and greet. But he's a man who clearly is making a huge difference. We expect more from him, and we'll get back to you with his travel plans and
a quick follow-up on the fate of Miss Morgan Ortegas, because there are a lot of rumors in Lebanon and in the region.
Myself answering this question.
Yeah, but
no
I know you answered without answering the question before.
Well,
but, would you put an end to those
answer
rumors?
without not answering. No, first of all, I will not speak about personnel dynamics. I'm certainly not going to address rumors surrounding those, any personnel dynamics here regarding anyone. And I'm going to leave it at that. All right. Thank you, everyone. Great job. I'll see you on Thursday. Thank you very much.
And that concludes the State Department briefing as they touched on a number of issues right there, including immigration and security. I did want to share this live look with you here from Santa Ana, California, as National Guard troops remain there after having been deployed by President Trump, as we saw protests over the past number of days erupt over immigration raids that took place on Friday. People upset, and they started to demonstrate, and those demonstrations turned violent. We saw cars set on fire. We saw cement and cinder blocks being hurled at law enforcement vehicles, massive amounts of graffiti. We saw smashed windows and the like. We're continuing to monitor this. We have not yet seen another demonstration start on this Tuesday. We're monitoring all of these events. We've been sharing with you the live updates, as we did with Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, who spoke a short time ago. But I did want to share that live look with you there in Santa Ana, California. And we're also keeping a very close eye on this live look right here. This takes us out to Fort Bragg in North Carolina. And just switching that once again right there. This is at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, where President Trump is set to attend a military demonstration. He's also scheduled to make remarks and deliver remarks there as we get ready for the 250th birthday of the U.S. Army. So this comes on the heels of his presidential memorandum that deployed National Guard troops and Marines to the Los Angeles area. And take a look at this. I wanted to toggle back because you can now see some of the Marines arriving right there. This could be actually the very first time we have seen U.S. Marines in Southern California. We have been monitoring. We've seen the National Guard troops, so you can see these two Marines right there walking down the street in Santa Ana, California. So some new news right there, as this seems to be the very first time we have physically seen these Marines here on the streets right there. And now they are hidden from view, but a live look there as National Guard troops remain on standby to prevent any violent protests from erupting once again. We are going to reset by taking a brief break, and after that, continuing to monitor all of these live looks. Also, just a short time ago on Capitol Hill, we were hearing from Republican Senate leaders, and after that, the Democratic Senate leaders, and we did want to bring those remarks to you. Also, another programming note right here is we should be getting a live look in just the next 10 minutes of Secretary of State Marco Rubio as he's meeting with UAE officials. As soon as we get that, we will bring it to you. More in just a moment.
Yeah, like right here, it says Cafe Cultura on the corner.
Before you have a hazard, according to the bird, with your blue bird plan, schedule 417A925, anesthetic adult 613, possibly 11:15, is filling at elderly female sitting on bus stop. CP brandished the knife. Tag is 173.
Rate 20 minutes and counting fire cups.
628. I copy, thank you.
An aerial view of an anti-ICE protest that is getting underway in Los Angeles, California. I do want to make a verbal note that viewer discretion is advised. Now, this is an aerial view, but sometimes the camera zooms in to particular portions of buildings that have explicit and graphic language on that. I did want to make that note to you, as we can't control where this camera zooms in. You know, should it get gratuitous, of course, we will zoom away from it. But we did want to share this look with you right now. That is what our partner by. So maybe this is set to get underway shortly right here out of LA. We do see one person with a flag, but certainly nothing of what we've been seeing there in the beginning, as you can see that the camera there panning, as it does look like law enforcement perhaps preparing for this protest right there. So we're going to just reset, keeping a very close eye on this. We're going to actually pop this up on the screen as we continue to monitor this aerial view from LA. And
other red shirt is CP Sun.
arrived, at least to this section of Southern California right there. But happening right now also in Santa Barbara in response to the immigration raids and ICE activity, there are some advocacy organizations holding a rally right now that we did want to at least dip into.
Against the United States, a characterization he uses as his basis for overstepping presidential powers to subvert the First Amendment right to association and protest. A functioning democracy must ensure that we, the people, can hold our government accountable without fear of violence from the government. The League of Women Voters condemns these actions and calls the Secretary of Defense to call back the National Guard and to call back the Marines. We will not be intimidated into silence.
Give it up for Gail and the League of Women Voters. Up next, we have Annette Cordero, board member of the Front for Santa Barbara. Can we have Annette?
I hope you can all hear me. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? ¿Qué queremos? ¿Cuándo lo queremos? ¿Qué queremos? ¿Cuándo lo queremos? Hello, everybody. Hakulia. I'm Annette Cordero, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Fund for Santa Barbara. As a native of Santa Barbara, as a Chumash descendant, I want to stand in solidarity with all my brothers and sisters who are native to Turtle Island, who are being harassed and deported on their own land. People who have stolen the land from others should not be punishing natives for being on it. Our people have been here and have taken care of the stewards of this land for a long time, and I want to give my ancestors respect. And I want to give the ancestors of all those people who are being targeted right now respect as well, because they also lost their land to greedy newcomers who took their land, and that's one of the reasons why we have the situation we have now. If all the natives of Turtle Island had their own land back, they wouldn't have to be coming to the United States in order to live a decent life. It's time for all of us, and I want to thank you. I want to thank you all for being here. It's time for all of us to get out of our comfort and into the streets. We need to be here every single day, not just today, not just when we see things happening that down in LA or in other cities. Like Nazi Germany, they will eventually come for each and every one of us. If they're not coming for you right now, just wait, because they will. They've already targeted the LGBTQIA community. They've already targeted people who dissent. They are building the road to totalitarianism on the backs of immigrants. And it's time for all of us to get out of our comfort and into the streets every single day. We can't just stand back.
That's a negative turn route.
Our people have been resisting for millennia. And it's time, we know what that means. We know we can't give up. We know sometimes it may be daunting. We know we're going to lose some battles, but we know we can't lose the war. We can't stop fighting. We can't stop standing up for justice. Because when we do that, then we become accomplices. And we can't afford to be accomplices. It not only takes our land, it not only takes our freedom, it takes our very soul. So again, out of our comfort and into the streets. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. ¿Qué queremos? Justicia. ¿Cuándo lo queremos? Ahora. Thank you.
All right, how are y'all feeling? Well, up next, we're going to be having Reverend Julia Hamilton from the Unitarian Church.
I'm not here because of what's happening in Los Angeles. I'm here because of what's happening right here. It's not somewhere else. It's here. This is my community. These are my neighbors, the people I shop with, the people my child attends school with, the people who walk their dog past my dog when we are walking around the block. the family next to me at the beach over the summer. And what does my faith teach me about our neighbors? What does it teach us? What does it teach us about our neighbors? That we're supposed to love them, that we have an obligation grounded in love to bring comfort to those who are hurting, to protect the most vulnerable, especially the children among us. And this is not just my faith, but this idea that we should love our neighbors.
All right, so there's really bad feedback right here from one of the speakers at this anti-ICE rally in Santa Barbara, California. We're going to just step away, see if they can fix their audio. You know, I was showing also just a short time ago a view, an aerial view from Los Angeles. Unfortunately, as you can see, the helicopter has now left the scene, but our content partners were stating that there was an anti-ICE rally protest being held in Los Angeles. We really didn't see much activity, which is perhaps why the helicopter.
To 490, you lost about 82. 10-4, ma'am. The party's going to be off at Elm and Hellman in front of the U.S. storage. They're going to be in a white Honda CRV. And is in the express lane, west South Canyon for Fremont. Copy. I'll clear the metal pole first and then I'll go to the party. Sam.
That's the only white boy I see right there.
It's 132 boy, it's 534. It's 35 now, 206. Close to
8274.
Your unit, can you respond for 11-3 eastbound 60 west of 15? Have a witness advised of a bridge that went off the freeway, no further details.
8275, copy. 8355, I got to see if you almost head up the head over across the fire is off.
Your vehicles on the right shoulder, UTL to the head over crossing at the top of our
I'm going to be UTL on the southbound side. I'll be turning out Paramount.
Sam.
5010.
All the units, 3 out of the device, 4, throw the backup equipment, thank you, Joe. 4 out of 64. Sorry, please have a 10 code 6 for the 417A on that line. Usually 37 deposit, code 6, 417A on that line.
Right. Eighty-two 620.
620, go ahead.
Report to 61417A on Atlanta.
620, you broke into the
northbound. Boy 90 zone on Auto Mall Drive and back forward on the 925. I'll be 98 from us to vehicle 1181.
Lakewood, 133 Pontino, 133 Texas, reporting a secured road 5th Avenue, Woodruff Avenue, South Tower. Suspect vehicle, suspect vehicle is in there, Pathfinder, license plate 4 Paul Ida Adam, 826, Sunny, Southbound Woodruff, 516 people. Where the plate call is there, current 2001 Nissan. There's Rossboro, 13933, last traffic alarm.
By one call, check 79.
we're 3500. 501, I'm sorry, you advised you were the CL as well for the pedestrians?
LA 82, 501, Dodge affirmative.
10%. A 72 to super info 1120 South 710 north of Slauson. FSC is 9798 with a 2 pickup on the right shoulder.
I'm calling on all landowners and employers to know your rights and exert those rights at your operations. I'm calling on all employers to train your staff and teach them how to exert their rights. We know that ICE is specifically targeting people who employ immigrant communities, whether or not those people are allowed to be here or have work authorization. Regardless of if your workforce is legal, you may be targeted by ICE for enforcement actions. So I'm also calling on elected officials to de-escalate ICE activity in Ventura County. These aggressive operations threaten our harvest, they stop our packing lines, and they make our county less safe for the communities that feed the entire nation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we'll have Fernando Martinez from MICA, followed by AJ Hogan.
We are listening here to Santa Barbara, California. However, we do have some breaking news that keeps us in California right here. I did want to pivot to our Fox LA coverage, as according to the USGS, a 3.4 magnitude earthquake hit Manhattan Beach just moments ago, and they are now looking for any possible damage. So I did want to pivot to this as we listen in.
That was felt right around lunchtime this afternoon.
Definitely, and like I said, I only know one person that actually lives in the area. I did text them, and they were home and said they did definitely feel it. And as far as what we're doing right now, looking at some of these schools, a lot of times they have earthquake drills. They'll bring everybody out for the buildings just to make sure that everything's safe and that there are no aftershocks. But you can see right there, the last school that we looked at, the kids were out playing. The other schools that we're taking a look at in these shots, there everybody seems to be inside. So that's a good indication that there was no damage or nothing, anything that would have gotten the children out of those classrooms into a safer area. But again, though, like you said, they'd have it confirmed that there was definitely a 3.4 felt in the Manhattan Beach area.
All right, Stu, thank you so much. Your crew in Skyfox as well being on top of this story. Again, a 3.4 magnitude earthquake hitting just off the coast of Manhattan Beach. Now let's return you to regular programming.
So I did want to just dip into that just very briefly. Really not much information beyond that, but according to the USGS, a 3.4 magnitude earthquake just hit Manhattan Beach. We dipped in momentarily for our Fox 11 LA coverage as they provided that breaking news update. And should there be more coverage, should there be more information, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to head back to our other coverage right here, and it does look like, actually, as I pivot, the feed was momentarily frozen. Now it looks to be back up and running. This is from Santa Barbara, California, where there are immigrant advocates and immigration advocates holding an anti-ICE rally. We're going to once again dip into that.
Is that true? No! So I called on our elected official to take bold action. No more statements. No more yiri yara. We gotta take actions. We got county supervisors across the street here, and I hope they're hearing us right now. They need to take action. We need to take action now before our city is militarized. We will not wait until this administration puts us on martial law. We cannot allow that. Will all of you guys allow that? No! So now is the time to step it up and fight. And I'm just going to give this information briefly in my native language, Mixteco. I'm thankful for my parents who taught me my indigenous language. Shona Kundinata Mekunya Fernando Martinez y Proyecto Mixteco Indígena. Digo Natanya ya video yo ya organizador comunitario ya sa grabar el video ahora ya sari mayuwani.
So this person right here now translating and speaking in Spanish. We are going to dip out of this, but I do have some breaking news to let you know about as we take a live look right here from Santa Ana, California, as we do see that National Guard members are at the ready. But we do have some breaking news to let you know about. California Governor Gavin Newsom has filed an emergency request in federal court today to block the Trump administration from using the National Guard and Marines to assist with immigration raids in Los Angeles. As we were bringing this live look to you, we continue to see the National Guard troops, but we also saw two Marines walking down the street. Newsom's move comes after President Trump ordered the deployment of just about 4,000 National Guard members and 700 Marines to Los Angeles after protests really devolves into violence. Governor Newsom's request says that it was in response to a change in orders for the Guard. Now, the filing included a declaration from Paul Eck. He is the Deputy General Counsel in the California Military Department. Eck said the department has been informed that the Pentagon plans to direct the California National Guard to start providing support for immigration operations. That support would include holding secure perimeters around areas where raids are taking place and securing streets for immigration agents. The Guard members were originally deployed to protect federal buildings, and as we've been sharing our live coverage with you over the past 4 days, we've seen the troops stationed outside federal buildings to protect them from these protests. We've also seen very explicit graffiti on those buildings as well. So it's not clear at this point if the change in mission has already begun and that Guard members are now being tasked to start providing support for immigration operations. We are, standing by to hear more response on that. And Governor Newsom's office did not immediately say how the state was notified about the change. In other developments, the Marine Corps Commandant said that the Marines that deployed to the LA area on President Trump's orders have not yet been called to respond to the protests and are only there to protect federal officials as well as property. The 400 Marines and another 2,000 National Guard troops were ordered to LA on Monday, escalating that presence right there. So we did want to bring you the very latest development as we continue to follow all breaking news developments in this, that California Governor Gavin Newsom has filed an emergency request in federal court to block the Trump administration from using the National Guard and Marines to assist with immigration raids in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, we are also continuing to await President Trump at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. This is a live look right there. He is scheduled to deliver remarks in just about 20 minutes or so, and we will be bringing you all of his remarks without commercial interruption right here on Live Now from Fox. So we're going to step away for a brief break, continuing our coverage momentarily.
Additional Palmville unit code 38, center left. Palmville unit code 3, 15 or less. 264 in about 20 to 25, you know, 20. 264, response 3, 264. Gonna be code 4, Acacia and Rosecrans rated 242, just approved, code 4. 164 South Ending mileage, transporting a male to rescue sheriff station, noted at 1240. Federally, 245 South of Federally at the Senate. Female on the second floor, nurse will meet him in the elevator tank when it's done. Walnut 10, 27 ready now, change 10 Landrum. You're in the home channel.
Sound skip Santa Anita. Silver Hyundai Sonata overturned in the number 3 main party between
Century 212 Way, code 6 for 27.
your left.
Perfect. So that's exactly what it was before. The meter to get perfect. Yep.
Time that we see Border Patrol in our communities, it had always been nice, but just go to our website and look at the videos. It's Border Patrol terrorizing our communities. Right now, we have ranches that are packed with people waiting for us to go down there and get them out. So people need to go to the streets, go and talk to your supervisors right now. Flood their phones, their emails, because they have been doing nothing.
All right, so that feed abruptly ended right there. Turning to another look, and it's a little unclear as to exactly what this new live look is. I'm just going to take it and see if we can figure it out together, but we were listening and watching an immigration advocates rally out of Santa Barbara, but take a look at this.
Sleeping out in the open air.
All right, so this is, it appears perhaps to be National Guard's troops in the LA area. We do hear from the helicopter pilot, Stu. This is from KTTV. So let's just listen in and see what we can hear about this.
I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, because these are all cots.
620, copy, standby, clears 1.
This is coming from KTTV. It's a little unclear as to whether the helicopter pilot is aware, that his voice is being shared. So we are going to just pot it down until we make sure. But this is coming from California right here. It does look like this is part of the National Guard's troops who have been deployed to this area. You can see that they're gathering at this field right here. We were getting that immigration advocates rally, and now it's been switched to this. But this is coming from KTTV. So I am going to just update our banner right here and just to provide you a little bit more information, as it does seem that National Guard troops are in Los Angeles, are in Southern California. It's a little unclear as to where exactly this is happening. We know it's Southern California, but specifically, we're working to get more information about that, as we do know that this is in the Southern California area, but we don't know specifically where it is. But this is just really interesting, as we just saw that the feed quickly switched over to this, a live look right here at the extensive presence. We do know that now about 4,000 National Guard troops have been deployed to the Los Angeles area, and it looks like perhaps this is one of those areas where they are stationed. We saw just dozens of cops lined up outside, and now we see that the pilot is zooming out, kind of giving us a better understanding, better context as to where exactly they are being set up outside a facility right here. But those cots are not in tents. They are out in the open. We did see a number of tents just a little bit earlier, but just a very interesting look right here as we continue to receive all of these live feeds from around the Southern California area. And the helicopter now zooming out a little bit. It almost looks like this could be a residential area with some commercial facilities. But it's just a very interesting look. As we just got this in, we were sharing with you an immigration advocate rally before this feed quickly switched. So we did want to share this with you, as it looks like we are now getting a glimpse, an aerial glimpse of where the National Guard troops are being stationed. It does look like perhaps the helicopter is now moving away from this particular aerial view right here. But it's just very interesting to see, and we've been seeing the presence of National Guard troops all across the area, including in Santa Ana, where this is a live look right here, and you can see the National Guard troops are maintaining their presence there as well. So just all of these live looks right here as we continue to follow the very latest developments here on Live Now from Fox. We have not yet seen any protests get underway, as this is the fourth day, and authorities bracing for that. We were hearing from Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass just a short time ago about the efforts that local authorities are taking. Mayor Bass from Los Angeles has been very vocal against the presence of National Guard troops, as has been California Governor Gavin Newsom pushing back. And just moments ago, we were sharing some breaking news with you, and I did want to just recap that as we continue to follow that. But California Governor Gavin Newsom has now filed an emergency request in federal court to block the Trump administration from using the National Guard and Marines to assist with immigration raids in Los Angeles. Newsom's move comes after President Trump ordered the deployment of just about 4,000 National Guard members and 700 Marines to Los Angeles after those protests Those protests stemmed from an immigration raid or a series of them in the Los Angeles area. People upset by that, and they retaliated by protesting, and those protests, as we've been sharing with you here on air, have turned violent. So I did want to share once again this look with you. This is from our Fox LA team, as it does look like this is a live aerial view of where at least some of those National Guard troops are stationed. 4,000, so that's a huge number of National Guard troops, and we can see a live look right here, dozens of tents in this field, and also cots. We've been seeing material and backpacks, which looks like it was perhaps in a residential area or such. All of this comes as we are waiting for President Trump to speak to members here at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And you can see the top of it saying, "This will defend." He's expected to deliver remarks really in just a matter of moments for the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army during this visit. Fort Bragg, which is located near Fayetteville, North Carolina, serves as headquarters for U.S. Army Special Operations Command and highly trained units like the Green Berets and the Rangers right there. So we, of course, will be sharing with you all of his remarks without commercial interruption as soon as they get underway. In the meantime, we are going to step away for a brief break. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Andy Mack continuing our live coverage in just a moment, including the remarks from President Trump. Stay with us.
67, Tom 1 can respond. Additional units? Adam can respond with an ET of less than 1.
I'm only getting static.
Rollover. Co-driver 1124. Also has possible one detained. Just east of San Anita.
Before LASO had a party possibly detained just east of Santa Anita.
Issue 145 King 4, Cover Mary, 145 King 4, Cover Mary.
Y'all better go move somewhere else. Oh, because you're next to the Marines? That's why you're all brave.
Adam's going to be going to 600 on the
We stand with Donald Trump. This is fucking Orange County. Fuck Donald Trump, this ain't LA. This is Orange County. This is Orange County. We stand with National Guard. We stand with President Trump. We stand with President Trump. You're not gonna protect your ass. USA! 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 I'm right now.
Rhythm 169 Adam.
Yes, this is Orange County. There are Americans who support President Trump's program of mass deportations. Santa Ana is a city in violation of federal immigration law.
Partners responded to protest criminal activity in the downtown area. There were 96 arrests for failure to disperse in downtown. Additionally, 1 arrest for assault with a deadly weapon, 1 arrest for resisting arrest, 1 arrest for vandalism. So also 2 LAPD officers were injured, transported to local hospitals for medical treatment. Were looted this evening, yesterday being it. 14 arrests made for looting. So we're following all of this here on Live Now from Fox, including day number 5, as we can see people now gathering there in Southern California. Let's go out right now to Jonathan Hunt that gets us up to speed on what we saw over the weekend and also starting a new week here on Live Now.
Anti-ICE protests have lost some steam but are expected to continue here in Los Angeles today after more violence Monday night with thousands of protesters taking to the streets.
They're dealing with this civil unrest, and quite candidly, if the mayor, the governor, and the president are having a political squabble above them, that's not what they're dealing with on the ground.
California Governor Gavin Newsom publicly sparring with President Trump, suing the administration for its deployment of the National Guard in downtown LA, and promising more legal action if Marines are sent to the city. Hundreds of Marines who were ordered to Los Angeles by President Trump are now staging nearby in Seal Beach for a few days to watch as the situation unfolds. President Trump took to Truth Social Tuesday morning, saying if he didn't send in the National
Is there a unit on the 79 at the west on 60, east of, or west of Tech that can advise status?
Wearing black shirt, black pants, speaking in call, unknown cell location, coming down the street.
USA! 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 USA!
Atlantic Avenue, 7 I love this country. I've been more than just a second. There's more than just the Second Amendment.
You can say First Amendment, that's right. You have the right, we're all here, right?
We're Americans.
We have the right to be here. First Amendment, just like you.
Go to Texas, go to Florida.
We have the right to be here. We're Americans. President Trump won millions of votes here in California. We're here to stand up.
That is
USA! 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 Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Thank you ICE. Thank you National Guard for restoring order to this country.
Fucking dick rider Nazis. Yeah, you're a Nazi and you're supporting a dictator. That's what you're doing. You're a fucking dick rider. Fucking dick rider. Stupid fucking.
That's why we're sending you all back.
Shut the
We're gonna send you fucking back. ICE, ICE, baby.
Sir, do you understand that I'm actually born and raised in the state of California?
I understand we're gonna send all these illegal aliens.
Oh, shut up, son. You're such a racist prick. Racist prick.
2015 Hyundai 4-door Juliga, first of March.
Racist prick.
All right, later. Yes, you mentioned Europe. That's who actually founded and built. You know who built the city of Los Angeles? The Spaniards. They're from Europe. You know where Spanish comes from? Spain. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So thank the Spanish. Thank the Spanish. That's right. That's why you have your language. That's why you're Roman Catholic, because of Spain, because of Europe. Everything you take from Europe.
We take everything from Europe.
We are proud Americans.
Everything from Europe. Are you serious? You are so naive. Educate yourself, you bastard.
I stand with ICE. I stand with ICE. Yeah, you know what? This is Orange County. You guys
for taking these criminals off our streets. Thank you.
Thank you for you. Thank you for you.
Trump. Here's the thing, people. We are sick and tired of everything you guys are doing in the city. We are sick and tired of a city that's illegal alien population is 1/3. We are sick and tired of you violating our laws. We stand with the United States. It's from the Vera Institute. Yeah, I know.
This is how mad we are. This is how mad we are. We're mad. Shut up. Listen, man, that's how we get. We're angry right now. This is not right.
United States. Perhaps you forgot the Mexican-American War. We haven't. When we took this country gloriously.
It's for everyone.
Yeah,
everyone.
we're just here showing our support for President Trump.
And they can show their support too.
I'm showing my support for President Trump.
That's cool.
That's cool, and they can show their support too. Yeah, that's right. And we're showing our support for mass deportations. We need mass deportations. We need mass deportations. Mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. Mass deportations now. Yeah, I understand. This is the state of California. And in the year 1848, when we fought the Mexican-American War, and men like General Zachary Taylor led our brave soldiers to the halls of Montezuma, and we took the continent from sea to shining sea. And you know what? This is our country. This is our country. This is our country. Get to know. You're about to find out real quick. Yeah, it's our country. It's our country. Why are you fighting? We stand with ICE. 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 It's okay, guys. The United States of America is ready for mass deportations. We don't need your bad attitudes. We don't need you burning our cities down. We don't need you collecting welfare. We don't need you committing crime. We want our country back. Stand back. Go back over there. Go back over there. Go back over there. Make America great again. Make America great again. I don't want to go work in the fields. And honestly, let me tell you this. I don't want these people, let me tell you, I don't want these people to work in the fields either. This is slave labor for cheap strawberries. This is slave labor for cheap strawberries. Think about your arguments. These people are saying, hey, have these people live in the shadows as illegal aliens so I can have cheap strawberries. I'm saying, no, go back to your country, live in dignity, live in honor. Don't be exploited by the American corporations. We are sick and tired of our country being invaded by foreigners at the behest of the billionaires. We are ready to take our country back, and Donald Trump is leading us. Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump! Donald Trump!
But you just said Trump is for.
Yeah.
For people that
Trump wants to deport illegal aliens and help the American worker to raise our wages. If you're here illegally, you need to go back. Get out of our country now before ICE comes and gets you. Self-deport now. Self-deport now. Self-deport now. Self-deport now. You know, it's interesting. How are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? Does anyone know? Wait, how are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? How am I racist? I'm asking a question. Hey, what's up? How are you? Yeah, I'm in Orange County. Yeah, South Orange County. Yeah, South County. South County. South County, it's nice down there. It's nice down there. It's nice down there. It's okay. It's okay. You guys are pretty racist up here, I think. How many white people are left in Santa Ana? Well, how many white people are left up here? How many black people are left up here? Oh, okay. Maybe I touched a nerve. Because all racist means is shut up, white people. We're not going to shut up anymore. So get ready. You're going to hear my voice all day. Because I stand with President Trump. I stand with President Trump, and I stand against what's going on in our country at the border. I stand against illegal immigration, and I stand against everything that the Democrats represent. So I'm here to stand with the president. I'm here to stand against the demographic replacement of heritage Americans. and I am ready to stand up and speak for our country. Thank you. Yeah, have a good day. Good to see you. Yeah, USA! 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 USA!
There's one suspect last seen driving northbound on Flores Avenue from the location in a black four-door Mercedes SUV.
It's okay, man. You have the right to say that. Because in America, we have the First Amendment. Do you know where freedom of speech comes from? English common law. From Europe. That's right. That's part of our values. So you're welcome. You're benefiting from our country once again. Because if we were in Europe, if I was in Mexico, would I have freedom? Do they have freedom of speech in Mexico? I don't think they do. 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 You know, how many political candidates were assassinated in Mexico's last election cycle, you know? Dozens. I think 33. So yeah, we want a stable border. And you know what? Hey, I want the best for Mexico. You know where Mexico went wrong? I know a little bit about my history. You know where Mexico went wrong? The Mexican Revolution, when they got rid of a man named Porfirio Diaz, who brought honor and stability to your country.
Is that what we heard, speech?
The Cree, right? The Cree, they ran your country into the ground and used that as an oligarchy and sent you to this country. So you and they went out and paid for you. We're done with that. Have some honor. Go back to Mexico and make Mexico great again. I support that.
Shut the fuck up and go home.
No, the U.S. did not steal Mexico. The U.S. did not. The American Southwest was won in a glorious war. The Mexicans actually couldn't even control this part of the country. It was overran with Comanche tribes. And the Americans had to come and establish order from sea to shining sea. From sea to shining sea. What the fuck have I done? Well, I'm not anyone. I'm just an American. I'm here standing up for my country, but I'm getting my master's degree in history. And I am. And actually, can I speak? Go ahead. Go. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about making money. I care about following my passion. Good for you. I support you making money. That's fine. Okay. And I probably know more about Mexican history than you do. I probably do. So I know nothing. Who's Porfirio Diaz, do you know?
Legal immigration.
You don't know, right? Yeah, okay. Hey, I think Mexico is a great country. You should be proud to be back to Mexico. But if you're proud to be there, then go back. Thank you.
I'm not here.
And let me tell you this. Claudia Sheinbaum, she is going to sell your country out. She is going to make it so much worse. And let me tell you what, she's not going to win against President Trump. And we are going to enforce the law. We are going to establish law and order. And we're going to make America great again. And we're going to be here today. So if you don't agree, feel free to yell. I support your right to the First Amendment. Right? My name is Nick Torres. That's my name. I'm from South Orange County. I'm a President Trump supporter. That's who I am. I'm not hiding from anything. I stand with President Trump.
Are you a Native American?
Yeah, I am actually. My family's been in this country since the 18th century. My family, I have 199 ancestors who fought in the Civil War with my mom's maiden name, Hard. I don't care. What country did the Native Americans found? What country did they found? So it was the United States? No, they were all fighting and killing each other. That's what they were doing. They were all fighting and killing each other. No, you're just mad. You're just mad that we won. That's all that's mad. You're mad we won. You're mad we won, yes. Europeans won. Manifest Destiny. I support Manifest Destiny. I support that. You can quote me on that.
I have a question. If you're winning, why the fuck are you here? You're scared as shit.
No, actually, we're not. You're scared. You're scared. You're scared. Because you know ICE is coming to Home Depot. ICE is coming. ICE is coming. Get ready. ICE is coming.
Why are you here?
ICE is coming.
Why are you here? Why are you here? Why are you here?
Hey, you know why we're here? You know why we're here? The First Amendment.
Freedom.
The First Amendment. Just like you're all here, right?
Freedom. That's why I'm here.
You tell me fuck you, I could say the same thing back, and you know what? That's the beauty of America. If we were in another country like Mexico where they don't have freedom of speech, the government would come and arrest you, shoot you. Maybe cartels would do that too. But we don't have that here.
Our amendments, though, right? Like, we're losing our Fourth Amendment. We're losing amendments.
I'll tell you what we're losing amendments on. I'll tell you what we're losing amendments on. It's ridiculous in this country. You can't speak out about what's going on in Palestine. I'll say that. That's the most ridiculous thing. But you know what? That's totally unrelated to this issue now. That's totally unrelated to this issue now because unlike unlike the Palestinians who are being displaced by the Israelis, what mass immigration from Mexico since the Hart-Celler Act has done is displaced and ethnically cleansed white Americans all across the Southwest. So we are coming to speak out. We are against demographic change. We are against weak borders. We are for law and order. And I stand with these men. I think these are the best men in our society, the National Guard and ICE. I think they're doing what the other people should have been doing for decades. And let me just tell you this. And no one asked my question. No one answered my question. No one answered my question. How are illegal aliens treated in Mexico? I mean, you know, not well. It's not well. I mean, it's a 2-year prison sentence. So, I mean, think about it.
Are you been there?
No, I don't need to know. I call the internet and read online. I'm here among you. How am I being a pussy? I'm talking.
Let me explain.
How am I being a pussy?
Go somewhere else.
I'm going to stand right here because you know where I'm at? The United States of America, the greatest country in the world. USA! 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 USA!
You're a pussy! You're a pussy!
And you know, for all these people who doubt my knowledge of Mexican history, like I said, there was a great man who once ruled Mexico, Porfirio Diaz. And he was removed by these leftist people like Frida Kahlo. Porfirio Diaz was a great man. Porfirio Diaz was a great Porfirio is a good man. He established law and order. He established law and order. He built railways. He wanted Mexico to live as us. He wanted Mexico to be a great country. But you know what the leaders of Mexico have done the past 100 years? They've exported their own people to work as slaves across the world. And then they want them to come to our country, protest, obstruct our laws, and expect us to be okay with it. It's not okay. What we're saying is that you still live on it. If you wave the Mexican flag, and you wear Mexico, then have some pride and go back. Have some pride and go back. That's all I'm saying. I'm here in this country. I'm here in America. America first. America first. America first. America first. America first.
White people are scared because they're a minority.
Divide South. Divide South. Let's talk about demographic change. So again, I know if there's about Mexico I've studied, I have a lot of respect for Mexico, actually. I do. Yeah, lots of you have told Americans. And somebody from America fighting something. Not wrong.
263, thank you.
10.1.
8222, Tom, can you go with the time position? Thank you.
22 Tom, that was at 12:40.
Calm down, ma'am. Calm down. Go talk to your father. Establish a relationship with your father. Work on yourself. Thank you. True. You need to talk to your father. Talk to your father. Your problem's not with me. Your problem's with your father. Your problem's with your father. Your problem's with your father. You know, it's fine, guys. Look, I know it's you know, in Mexico, they have stand the strength, stand the life for your country. Every Mexican man would do that. We're doing the same. So I know it makes you upset, but you're benefiting from taking advantage of our system. We're done with it. We're done. We're tired of it. I am standing for my country.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I'm Roman Catholic.
his compass is. You know exactly what he believes. And what I tell troops when we travel across the world, I've had a chance to meet so many of you fine Americans. What I always say, the message from our commander-in-chief is, which is our commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump, putting America first. It doesn't matter the situation, whether he's meeting with foreign leaders, we're meeting in the Oval Office, or he's talking to soldiers. He's the same leader we know and love. He's laser focused on America first, on peace through strength, and on supporting our American warfighters and vets. You know exactly where his compass is. You know exactly what he believes. And what I tell troops when we travel across the world, and I've had a chance to meet so many of you fine Americans. What I always say, the message from our commander-in-chief is, he has your back. That matters. Let me tell you, I've been, not that long ago, in shoes and boots similar to yours. And when I was going on a mission, or I was about to take part in something that was uncertain, involved complications, the fog of war, all I wanted to know was that my company commander, battalion commander, brigade commander, division commander, and my commander-in-chief had my back when I had to do difficult things on behalf of the nation, where politicians and air-conditioned offices don't understand, and they want to second-guess. President Donald J. Trump has your back. So at the Defense Department, we're doing 3 critical things at his direction. Number 1, we're restoring the warrior ethos. We're getting back to basics. Standards, accountability, readiness, training, warfighting, lethality. We're not a college or a university. We're not interested in your woke garbage and your political correctness. We're warfighters who close with and destroy the enemy on behalf of our nation when we come home to those we love, because we don't fight because we hate what's in front of us. We fight because we love what's behind us. That's what makes the American soldier different. So we're restoring the warrior ethos back to basics. We're also rebuilding our military. We'll have the first $1 trillion budget. You will have the best equipment in your hands to stare down the enemy. From multi-billion-dollar platforms to the best rifles to the best equipment to hypersonics and drones and fighters and jets, ships and carriers. Everything you need, President Trump will make sure you have. We're rebuilding the military after 4 years of deferred maintenance. And finally, we're reestablishing deterrence. Our allies know that we stand with them, and our adversaries know what we are capable of doing to them, so that we can maintain peace through strength. President Trump seeks peace. He wants peace. So do I. So do you. For our families, for our kids, and our grandkids. But those who long for peace must prepare for war. And that's something the 82nd Airborne, America's 911, does every single day. So it's an absolute honor to be your 29th Secretary of Defense. You have my pledge that every single day our focus is on you and your mission and having your back. And you're about 1 minute away from hearing from your Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump. God bless you and God bless our nation.
Just listening in there, Pete Hegseth wrapping up some of his remarks at Fort Bragg as teasing the Commander-in-Chief, President Trump, to step to the microphone here in just a matter of moments there. in Fort Bragg, North Carolina. So we're following this very closely soon enough, as we saw comments from the president already today, once in the Oval Office, of course, taking plenty of questions about some of the top headlines, including what's going on in Los Angeles right now as day number 5 of protests. And you see that at the bottom right portion of your screen. That is the Metropolitan Detention Center. We're just going to continue to monitor that because California National Guard members continue to come face to face with demonstrators right now. And there is the president walking onto the stage right now in Fort Bragg, North Carolina, of course, to his normal, traditional kind of walk-up music. Let's listen in here briefly on Live Now from Fox as he's set to make remarks.
Families on this dirt. You came over here, you took it. You want to say we're criminals?
No,
you're the criminal. Christopher
this is America. This is the United States. Christopher Columbus is a hero. Christopher Columbus is a hero. Christopher Columbus is a hero. You think that's fine. Christopher Columbus is a hero.
If we go back to Mexico, you could go back to Europe. California was a part of Mexico before we came into
And I already explained that. California was only part of Mexico for 25 years. Before that, it was part of Spain.
No, it was not.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, actually, do you know when Spain got independence? Can you tell me when Spain got independence?
You did the same shit.
No, so you don't know. You don't even know your history. Spain got independence in 1821. You can fact check me. Spain got independence in 1821. Who's heard of the Grito of Dolores, Miguel Hidalgo? Have any of you? No, you don't know.
What do you think about the millions of dollars that are paid into Social Security by illegal immigrants that
That's not true. That's not true.
I can tell you.
That is a fact. That is a fact.
Illegal aliens take far more out in benefits than they provide to the country. You guys actually know. Think about this. How many
just because he's yelling doesn't make it right. Just because he's fucking yelling doesn't make it right. Yeah. Stay calm.
We don't want illegal aliens here.
You're not that side of it.
We will. That's fine. Hey, we made it along just fine before you guys arrived. We made it along just fine. We made it along just fine. Well, that's but you're fine.
Go back to Europe. Go back to Europe.
What you're doing.
Give me your
very
mic.
proud to be here. That is the thing.
Legal immigration. That's
Go back to Europe.
I'm having an educated conversation. You honestly can't have that.
It's the same.
Look, that's for president. It's not disrespecting the 100%. It's the same shit. It's the rhetoric you guys want to use to be able to justify the shit that you're doing. And that's not it.
What is that?
It's to show presence that we're here.
So yeah, we're here too. Americans who are opposed to this. Americans who are opposed to anarchy. Yeah, we're European and we took over this country. The Mexican-American War. Probably European. It's okay to be white.
Tag 130, correction tag 169. For the plate call, 6 John X-ray Zebra 682. Is pretty clear.
Wow. That's a beautiful sight, and it's a beautiful sight to be with you in a place called Fort Bragg. Can you believe they changed that name in the last administration for a little bit? But we'll forget all about that. We're going to forget all about it. I want to just say God bless the U.S. Army and God bless the USA. Great place, great group. I want to thank so many incredible soldiers and paratroopers, pilots, warriors for that awesome display of pure, unrivaled American military might. I just saw something that was crazy. You don't want to mess. I've been saying a long time, we have the best. Nobody even comes close, but they just gave me a display that you might be lucky not to see it because it's a little scary. It was beautiful to watch.
Let's hear it for the Army Special Operations and Command and the 82nd Airborne Division and the 18th Airborne Corps. What a show it was and what a show it continues to be. And Saturday is going to be a big day in Washington, D.C. You know, a lot of people say, we don't want to do that. I say, yeah, we do. We want to show off a little bit. You know, recently, other countries celebrated the victory of World War I. France was celebrating, really. They were all celebrating. The only one that doesn't celebrate is the USA, and we're the ones that won the war. Without us, you'd all be speaking German right now. Maybe a little Japanese thrown in. But we won the war. And we don't celebrate, but we're going to celebrate on Saturday, and we're going to celebrate from now on. We're going to celebrate our greatness and our achievements. This week we honor 250 years of valor and glory and triumph by the greatest fighting force ever to walk the face of the earth, the United States Army. For 2.5 centuries, our soldiers have marched into the raging fires of battle and obliterated America's enemies. There's never been anything like it. There's never been a force like this. And I rebuilt it. I gave you so much money for 4 years. It was crazy. And we just approved our largest budget for military operations, over $1 trillion. We've never even come close. But our army has smashed foreign empires, humbled kings, toppled tyrants, and hunted terrorist savages through the very gates of hell. Our soldiers do not rest until they win. You know that better than anybody. From June 1775 to June 2025, those foolish enough to challenge America's army have been met with unyielding strength, unbreakable spirit, and unstoppable, overwhelming force. Time and again, our enemies have learned that if you dare to threaten the American people, American soldier will chase you down, crush you, and cast you into oblivion. That's what happens, unfortunately. It doesn't sound very nice, but it's true, isn't it? The last sound you ever hear will be the dueling howl of Black Hawks in the dead of night, the thunderous boom of artillery fire, or the ferocious roar of a U.S. Army infantry brigade charging over the horizon. That brigade is going to charge like you've never seen before, and hopefully I can keep you out of that, but if I don't, you're ready. Is that right? If I can keep you out of it. If I keep you out of it, that's okay, but if we need it, you're ready. You know, it's called peace through strength, isn't it? Peace through strength. For our adversaries, there's no greater fear than the United States Army. They all fear us, and we have the greatest force anywhere on earth. You know, you read different stories that others are building and building and building. We have a force like no other. They said it would take 5 years to defeat ISIS. We did it in 4 weeks. 4 weeks. We let him go. Unlike other of your leaders, I let him go, and we had General Raisin Kane, who's now the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, because I liked him. He was a warrior. He was a great warrior. And now he's been rewarded for his incredible work. But they said it would take 5 years, so we did it in 4 weeks. Someday I'm going to ask him to explain that one to me. But it was the television generals that said that. The real generals got out and fought, and nobody fought like them ever. But for the American people, there's no greater pride, because you are the righteous sword of American justice and the ultimate shield of American freedom. This week, we remember that we only have a country because we first had an army. The army was first. In fact, the army was even before the country. You know that, right? 1 year before the country. After 250 years, we still proudly declare that we are free because you are strong. You are so strong. We're safe because you are brave, and America's flag will never fall because America's army will never, ever fail. Never going to fail. Every branch of the armed forces has played a critical role in protecting our nation, But no one has done more fighting, bleeding, and winning than the U.S. Army. Nobody's done that. The Army has earned more combat medals and more battle ribbons than any other service. And 70% of all of the medals of honor, we give away medals of honor all the time at the White House to incredibly brave people. But you have 70% of them, Army soldiers, and especially our Army paratroopers, truly go all the way. You know that expression, all the way. It's one of your beautiful expressions. As President of the United States, let me express my undying gratitude to our nation for every soldier here today, for every veteran and their families, those incredible families that are with us and all across America, and for every patriot who has worn the uniform over 250 years. Can you imagine that? We thank you from the absolute bottom of our hearts. Few places loom larger in Army lore than where we are gathered today. The one and only Fort Bragg. The one and only Fort Bragg. But remember, it was only that little brief moment that it wasn't called Fort Bragg. It was by the Biden administration, not Trump. I had nothing to do with it. We got it changed. We said, you know, I came here numerous times and everybody, they kept saying Fort Bragg, Fort Bragg. I said, you know, it's not the name, but then I was making a speech. I said, what do you think I should call this place? Call it Fort Bragg. I said, Fort Bragg, how you doing? We won a lot of battles from this place, and that's the way it is. It wasn't even close. When Pete and some of the generals came to see me, I said, not even close. Not even close. This is the home of the Green Berets, the Sky Dragons, and the all-American 82nd Airborne. We know what 82nd Airborne Division. This is where the GIs who won the Second World War learned to pack their parachutes and push howitzers and go right into those C-47s with lots of arms and push them right out those big, beautiful doors and wield their bayonets and pry the enemy from the hedgerows of the French countryside. France needed us badly. We were there. A lot of people needed us badly. They still do, maybe worse than ever. It was here in the soil that the Army forged the medal that held strong at Bastogne. It was here the mighty paratroopers earned their wings before they rained down death from above to liberate Sicily, Normandy, and even the Netherlands. That's right. We saved the Netherlands. Every inch of this base is steeped in the legacy of those warriors who have said with pride, sir, I trained at Fort Bragg, sir. That was pretty cool. And that is why we restored the historic name of this very, very special place. It will be the same place. Fort Bragg is in. That's the name. And Fort Bragg, it shall always remain. That's never going to be happening again. And for a little news for the fake news back there, the fake news. Ladies and gentlemen, look at them. Look at them all. Oh, yeah, what I have to put up with. Fake news. What I have to put up with. But they're all right. They've been very nice today. They were impressed with that display, I can tell you that. I think it took them a little by surprise. But for a little breaking news, we are also going to be restoring the names to Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. We won a lot of battles out of those forts. It's no time to change. And I'm superstitious, you know, I like to keep it going, right? I'm very superstitious. We want to keep it going. So that's a big story. We just announced that today to you for the first time. They said, why didn't you wait till Saturday? I said, I can't wait. I got to talk to my friends here today. This is a record crowd. You never had a crowd this big. That's an honor. You think this crowd would have showed up for Biden? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I want to thank so many great leaders here today, including Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who's been great. By the way, Pete, thank you. Great. And he went through the wars, you know? Pete went through the wars. He had to get through a very hostile group of people that I think really don't want to see America be great again, maybe, or something. But he persevered, and he got there, and he's doing a fantastic job. Great job, Pete. Thank you very much. Secretary of Veterans Affairs, Doug Collins, a fantastic man. Thank you, Doug. You're doing a great job. Doing a great, great job. Way, way up from the last administration, Veterans Administration. It's way up. You saw the recent poll. The people are happy. They weren't happy a couple of years ago. They were really happy 5 years ago. But it went downhill from there. We did so much. We got you medical. If you had to wait, if you had to delay at all, you go out to see a private doctor. We pay the bill. You take care of it. You don't wait for 6 months and end up getting very sick on something that could have been done with a little shot or a pill. We did that. Then they wanted to drop that. I said, we're not dropping it. But Doug, I'm proud of you. I just heard some great things. Thank you very much. The Secretary of the Army, a really brilliant young guy, went to Yale, can't have everything. Top student, Dan Driscoll. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. And we have your senators, Senator Ted Budd and Senator Tom Tillis. Thank you, fellas. Thank you. Congressman Richard Hudson, Pat Harrigan. Where's Pat? Pat? Good, Pat. You're doing great. You guys are amazing. And we have the big brass. General Andrew Pappas. General, thank you. Thank you, General. Doing a great job. General John Braja. John, thank you. Great job. Thank you for today, John. General Greg Anderson. Thank you. Thank you, Greg. Thank you. Sergeant Major of the Army, Michael Weimer. And before going further, I want to say a few words about the situation in Los Angeles, California. Have you heard of the place? Where I've deployed thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines to protect federal law enforcement from the attacks of a vicious and violent mob. And some of the radical left, they say, oh, that's not nice. Well, if we didn't do it, there wouldn't be a Los Angeles. It'd be burning today, just like their houses were burning a number of months ago. Generations of Army heroes did not shed their blood on distant shores only to watch our country be destroyed by invasion and third world lawlessness here at home, like is happening in California. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not let that happen. It's never going to happen. What you're witnessing in California is a full-blown assault on peace, on public order, and on national sovereignty carried out by rioters bearing foreign flags with the aim of continuing a foreign invasion of our country. We're not going to let that happen. Remember, millions of people were allowed to come into our country totally unchecked and unvetted by stupid people or radical left people or sick people. But regardless, open border policy, the dumbest policy yet. I would say even dumber than men playing in women's sports, transgender for everyone. Even dumber than that. They're hurling bricks and cinder blocks at law enforcement. Did you see they're breaking up the sidewalks and the curbs, breaking it up with big, strong hammers? These guys are professionals. These are not amateurs. They're breaking it up because they took the bricks away from them. They came in with bricks, red bricks, that they could throw at our military and at the police in LA, who are very good, but they weren't aggressive like our soldiers. Our soldiers really were aggressive, but they all worked together. But they came in with bricks, they were taken away, and they had hammers. Oh, wow, how did that happen? And they're pounding the sidewalk. I said, what the hell is he doing? And he's breaking it up and making it into concrete bombs in a way, and they're dropping them on our military. They're throwing them at our military. Pretty good arms they had, too. Hits guys right in the face. Big chunk of concrete, worse than a brick. They're taking them up to the bridges, and they're dropping them in the cars that are going by. These are animals. But they proudly carry the flags of other countries, but they don't carry the American flag. They only burn it. Did you see a lot of the flags being burned? They weren't being burned by people from our country or from people that love our country. People that burn the American flag should go to jail for 1 year. That's what they should be doing. 1 year. And we'll see if we can get that done. We're going to try and get that done. We're working with some of your senators. I know Senator Josh Hawley is very much involved. And I know the two senators from here. I think you guys, are you guys in favor of it? Boy, would this be a bad time for them to say no. I got you. I got those two votes. The agitators are throwing firebombs, Molotov cocktails, lighting vehicles ablaze. You saw all the cars that were burning, mobbing police officers and ICE officers who are the toughest people you'll ever meet, and they love our country, and they're getting really they want to stomp on them, but they're too tough. They don't allow it. And attempting to infiltrate and occupy federal buildings wearing armor and face shields. The best money can buy, somebody's financing it. We're going to find out through Pam Bondi and Department of Justice who it is. They're already on it. Who's financing all this equipment? Very professional. Under the Trump administration, this anarchy will not stand. We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy. And that's what they are. A lot of those people were let in here by the Biden administration. They just poured right in. They came from prisons, they came from jails from all over the world. They came from mental institutions. They were the leaders of gangs. They were drug lords allowed to come into our country. Their countries threw them out. Their countries would bus them or drive them right to our border and say, go in there. You ever come back, we're going to kill you. And we got them, and we're getting them out of here. I want to applaud the courage and the strength of the incredible troops who are right now standing guard to protect federal property and personnel and uphold the supremacy of federal law. That's what they're doing. They're protecting our ICE agents. They're protecting the police in Los Angeles. The head of the police in Los Angeles, a good man, I hear a good man, but he was actually saying we really did need this help. It had gotten away from them. It had long gotten away. And we gave it to them. Not only are these service members defending the honest citizens of California, they're also defending our republic itself. And they are heroes. They're in there, they're heroes. They're fighting for us. They're stopping an invasion just like you'd stop an invasion. The big difference is most of the time when you stop an invasion, they're wearing a uniform. In many ways, it's tougher when they're not wearing a uniform because you don't know exactly who they are. In Los Angeles, the governor of California, the mayor of Los Angeles, they're incompetent, and they paid troublemakers, agitators, and insurrectionists. They're engaged in this willful attempt to nullify federal law and aid the occupation of the city by criminal invaders. That's what it is. They're invaders, no different. Their position is that the rioting will not stop unless ICE withdraws from Los Angeles and ceases the enforcement of federal immigration law. In other words, they came in here illegally. Many of them came out of prisons and jails, the most heinous people. They came from all over the world. They came from the Congo in Africa. They came from Asia. They came from the prisons of these places. They were put into the United States and allowed to stay here because we had a grossly, grossly unfit president who listened to whoever was operating the auto pen. And they allowed these people to stay. And by the way, I've known this guy for a long time. He was never the sharpest bulb. But you know what he was? He wasn't a radical left lunatic. He never dreamt about open borders. He never said that when he was of sound mind, which actually was a very long time ago. so sad what they've done to our country. I will say that without question, however, you're seeing the financial numbers. We've now got the hottest country anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. We're being laughed at all over the world. I was in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE. We brought back $5.1 trillion into our country. And all three leaders, they're great leaders, all three said, you know, you are presiding over the hottest country anywhere in the world. And they said the exact same thing. They said 6 months ago, it was the coldest country. I'll tell you, it changed on a date. You know what November 5th was? It was the election of a president that loves you. And that's when it all changed. That's when it all changed. Within the span of a few decades, Los Angeles has gone from being one of the cleanest, safest, and most beautiful cities on earth to being a trash heap with entire neighborhoods under the control of transnational gangs and criminal networks. It's horrible what's happened so quickly. As the entire world can now see, uncontrolled migration leads to chaos, dysfunction, and disorder. And you know what? They have it in Europe, too. It's happening in many of the countries of Europe. They don't like it when I say it, but I'll say it loudly and clearly. They better do something before it's too late. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again. It's happening very quickly. The one big, beautiful bill, you've heard about it. We call it the one big, I was on one of the television shows, I think Deface the Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. It's actually called Face the Nation for those of you that are smart enough not to know, because you're better off not knowing. But I was on one of the shows, and I said, we got to get a great bill. They said, would you like it to be one bill or would you like it to be 7 or 8 bills? They said, I want one big, beautiful bill. And the Republican Party liked that statement. They call it one big, beautiful bill. So that's good. And that's what it is. It's great. And it's currently before Congress. It provides all necessary funding for ICE, for Border Patrol, and for the Department of Defense. And I told you at a level that we've never had before, over $1 trillion. We better get that bill approved. Otherwise, your helicopters and your planes and your equipment's going to start to look a little bit old, General. You better push your favorite congressman. You better push these 2 senators. I think they're in good shape, however. But we got to get it approved. And those congressmen by you are all 100%. I don't even have to talk to them. They've been so great. So I want to sign this into law immediately. And with the signing, so many great things will happen to our country. No tax on tips. Think of that. No tax, seniors on Social Security. No tax on overtime. They're gonna pay for themselves. And if you get a car, and if you borrow money to buy the car, we're gonna let you deduct the interest payment if it's a new car made in America. Only if it's made in America. If it's made in Japan or China or any place else, we're not really interested in your deduction. I was elected winning all 7 swing states, the popular vote by millions and millions of votes in all counties throughout America by 2,750 to 525. That's what I call a big number. But this is a mandate from the people to restore the sovereign borders of the United States, and that is exactly what we're doing. Not only the borders, the financial institutions, and our country itself. We will not be deterred. And the mob in Los Angeles or anyone else, anywhere else, will not succeed. They don't even have a little chance. And I will be calling you early as I see this happening because, in theory, I guess you could say a governor could call, but they don't call. They let their city burn, like in Minneapolis with this guy who ran for vice president against J.D. That was a good debate, J.D. against this guy. Remember how bad he was? That was I said, J.D., there's never been a man like you're competing against. This is the worst. I think he's running for president, too. Can you believe it? But he's a radical left lunatic. And I'll never forget, in Minnesota, that city was burning down. Minneapolis was burning down. It was going to burn to the ground, and he wouldn't call the guard. And I waited for a long time, and I called the guard, and I saved it. But I wish I would have called it the first day. And I said, if this ever happens again, because I was thinking about running because the election was rigged and stolen, we all know it. I said, we're going to run again, and if I win, which I hope, remember, we're going to make it too big to rig. But we did. We won by millions and millions of votes. So beautiful to watch. That was such a beautiful, 9:02 in the evening. They said, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is projected to be the winner. I said, well, you think that was easy? I don't think these ladies from North Carolina think it was easy. You know, they followed me. I don't know what happened to their husbands. They're married to very nice people. But they've been to, 138 rallies? They said more. And they're from North Carolina. It's nice that we have one nearby finally, right? They go all over the country. I don't know what the hell's going on, but they're great. They're North Carolina, beautiful, wonderful woman, and we appreciate it. Like 130 rallies or some crazy number. Are your husbands satisfied with that? Are they okay? Oh, here he is. He showed up. One of them showed up. That's great. Congratulations. Great women, actually. The great patriots. We will use every asset at our disposal to quell the violence and restore law and order right away. We're not going to wait 7 days and 8 days and wait for a governor that's never going to call and watch cities burn. And let me tell you, if we didn't do this, Los Angeles would burn. It would be burning to the ground right now, just like the houses burned to the ground just a few months ago. And the only flag that will wave triumphant over the streets of Los Angeles is the American flag. So help me God. The American flag is the one that's going to wave triumphantly over the streets. And now let's get back to the true reason we're here today, celebrating 250 years of unbreakable Army courage. This week we commemorate not just the starting point in Army history, but a turning point in the history of the world. That's how important it is. When the Continental Congress created the Army and appointed its first commander, name happened to be George Washington. Has anybody heard of him? George Washington. Are you okay, darling? Are you all right? Yeah, take your time, please. Doctor, please. Doctor. Doctor in the house. Thank you. Thank you very much. These are great people. They've been waiting here a long time, General, so, you know, we want to give them all the time they need, right? Thank you very much. Greatest people in the world. They are amazing. Amazing. Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, honey. Thank you. Beautiful young person. Beautiful young person. We have a lot of young people. You know, they have. We won young people, old people, and everything in between. It's sort of nice. Remember, they used to say, but Trump doesn't have the young people. We won everything. Thank you very much, Doctor. Great job. When the Continental Congress created the Army and appointed its first commander, General George Washington, they sent the fierce spirit of a free nation into battle under a rallying cry that echoes to this day. Give me liberty or give me death. Have you heard of it? Quite a beautiful statement. Think of what that means. Give me liberty or give me death. I know exactly what that means. Just 3 days after the birth of the Army, the great patriot, founding father, Dr. Joseph Warren, was on the front lines as a soldiers stood totally outnumbered and outgunned at Bunker Hill. They had a group of soldiers against them that was supposed to be, in that day, unbeatable. Warren's mother had begged him, son, please don't do it. She said, please, please don't do it. Don't risk your life for even the patriot cause, please. And he replied, wherever danger is, dear mother, there your son will be. I will either set my country free or shed my last drop of blood to make us so beautiful. So the words are so beautiful. At Bunker Hill, Warren kept his vow, fighting and fighting and fighting and loving his country until he fell, drenched in blood, and gave his life at the very young age of 34. Exactly 250 years later, we are joined by Dr. Warren's great-great-great-great-great-grandson, and it's 7 generations down, and now an Iraq war veteran, retired Army specialist, Scott Warren, is here with his daughter, Sergeant E5 Carrington Sanders of Fort Irwin. I want to just, where are you? Where would you be in this big crowd? Thank you very much. What an honor. What an honor. You look great, too, by the way. You really look great. Thank you very much. What a great family. But you carry in your veins the love and devotion of a martyr for American liberty. Please stand. Just put that hand up once more for the people, because they want. Thank you very much. You're looking good. Looking good. Good genes. Good genetics. Thank you both. Thank you very much. The life of a soldier is not just a job, it's a calling and a sacred tradition passed down from father to son, brother to sister, and one generation to the next. At every hour of danger, our noblest citizens have answered that call, kissed their loved ones goodbye, and run to the sound of guns. You run to the sound of guns, you're running right into them, you're gonna win. When the British tried to reconquer our young nation in 1812, 1,000 Americans at Fort McHenry fought off a British invasion fleet, 5,000 strong. They say it was unstoppable. Lieutenant Francis Scott Key, you all heard the name, watched from Baltimore Harbor as the Army kept Old Glory flying high. Many people died. Deeply inspired, he wrote a poem in tribute to Army courage and American pride, known today as the Star-Spangled Banner, or our national anthem. Great. 8 generations later, we're joined by a descendant of Francis Scott Key, who has spent 2 decades in uniform, Major Kyle Key of Army National Guard fame. Please, Major, where are you, Major? Thank you. Thank you. Looking good, too. What's going on here? These guys they all come from a very fine strain of blood. That's great genetics is right. Thank you both very much. Major Key, thank you for helping to keep this incredible land of ours free and the home of the brave, and that's what it was. Through the decades that followed, the Army conquered the great frontier, won the war that restored our nation and broke forever the chains of slavery. A generation later, the Army's Rough Riders stormed up San Juan Hill with Colonel Theodore Roosevelt and swept the last foreign empire from the American hemisphere, forever swept. In World War I, our doughboys fought bravely in the Valley of the Marne and in the Argonne. There in 1918, a devout Tennessee Christian named Alvin York, you know that name, charged across an open field towards the German machine guns. They were firing at levels at that time that nobody had ever seen before. They were knocking down everything in their way, including giant trees were coming down. The enemy mowed down more than half of his platoon almost immediately. The platoon was going down like nobody's ever thought possible. But York pressed on into the jaws of death. He slayed German after German and returned with 132 prisoners from behind the enemy lines. And he had the option of killing them, and he didn't want to do that. And that's okay, isn't it, right? It's okay. But he brought 132 back. And his actions and the actions of that great day at crazy but great day. Sergeant York earned the Congressional Medal of Honor and became one of the most famed and decorated heroes of the First World War. Very famous, actually, because of the movie that was made. And we're joined today by Sergeant York's grandson, Army Colonel Gerald York. Gerald? Thank you. Thank you, Gerald. Thank you very much. It's great. Great honor to have you. Thank you, Gerald. At his grandfather's funeral in 1964, Gerald was told by the command sergeant major of Fort Bragg that it was about time he joined the Army. And he volunteered for combat in Vietnam and gave the Army 31 of his best years. No, I think your best years are right now. You look very good. Your best years are right now. Keep it going. But Colonel York, we salute you. We salute your family and the fame and the bravery of your family. Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And in World War II, the Army once again came to the free world's rescue. Among the millions and millions who volunteered was Henry Armstrong. He enlisted 6 months before his high school graduation and did basic training right here at Fort Bragg. By the next year, he was in Normandy. He fought his way across France as part of Patton's Third Army, crossed the Rhine into the heart of Germany, and helped liberate a Nazi concentration camp. He was a brave person. Command Sergeant Major Henry Armstrong is here with us today. He's 100 years old, a veteran of numerous World War II battles, and 41 years in the Army. Thank you. Wow. These are great, amazing people. Thank you very much. Great. Thank you very much. He's joined by his grandson, Army Major Dennis Armstrong. Dennis, I assume that's you, right? Thank you, Dennis. And Dennis's wife, Captain Shelley Armstrong. They love the military, and they love our country. Thank you very much. Shelley, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And their son, Tanner. Where's Tanner? Let me see. Oh, he looks good, too. They all look good. Tanner might look the best, actually. Thank you very much. Who's an active duty staff sergeant in the 82nd Airborne right here in Fort Bragg. He could right now run for office, I think. He's very popular. In Korea, our warriors held the front line in the battle against communism and liberated millions and millions into the light of freedom. To Vietnam, we sent some of the toughest men who ever wore Army boots, an olive drab. One of them was Joe Marm of Pennsylvania. He was 23 years old when his platoon was ordered to rescue soldiers surrounded by the enemy in the Battle of Ia Drang. Lieutenant Marm charged into heavy fire, killing 4 enemy soldiers in the brush before sprinting across 40 yards of open field. His teammates could not believe he was doing it, actually, they said. He then tossed a grenade that killed 8 Viet Cong gunners, plunged into the trenches and killed still more before being shot in the jaw, badly in the jaw. He successfully cleared the way for his men to save their stranded comrades and, frankly, for his men to save their own lives. He was unbelievable. For his exceptional bravery, Lieutenant Marm received the Congressional Medal of Honor and retired as an Army colonel after 30 years of service. Colonel Marm is here today with his 2 sons, Will and Walter, both Army Rangers. What a great family legacy. Please stand up. How's your jaw feeling? All right? The jaw? It's all right? Looks pretty good. I wish mine looked that good. It's very good. Thank you very much. Great family. Appreciate it. Real heroes. In the modern era, our soldiers have charged into the darkest caves and ventured into the most God-forsaken places to vanquish the forces of radical Islamic terror from the face of the earth. In 2007, Chief Warrant Officer Eric Phillips was stationed at a remote outpost in the Afghan mountains when a massive Taliban force attacked from all sides. He thought he was finished. For 3 hours, he led a hellacious counter-assault to successfully repulse the enemy in close combat. In the same deployment, Eric again repelled an attack by a vastly larger enemy force, saving countless lives. For his spectacular gallantry, Chief Phillips earned the Distinguished Service Cross and the Silver Star, becoming among the most highly decorated warriors of any branch in the war on terror. Actually, he is the most decorated, and it's not even that close. Many, many battles, many, many medals. And he's with us today, Chief Phillips. You did us all proud. Please stand up, Chief Phillips. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You are Army strong. Thank you very much, Chief. From the American Revolution until today, the story of the Army is the tale of an unbroken chain of American patriots who gave all they had for this country. It is the saga of epic men like Washington and Jackson, Grant and Custer, Pershing and Eisenhower, Patton and MacArthur, Wild Bill Donovan, and the great General William Yarborough, father of the Green Berets. You know that, the Green Berets? You know that? William Yarborough. It's the story of fabled units like the Old Guard, the Iron Brigade, the Big Red One, the Buffalo Soldiers, the Harlem Hellfighters, the Tuskegee Airmen, the Screaming Eagles, and George Patton's Hell on Wheels. They called it Hell on Wheels. When he was after you, it was not good. The weapons of war have changed with every generation, but the unflinching loyalty of the American soldier has always remained the same. The Army has always stayed true to its motto, "This we'll defend." You know that. This we'll defend. Army warriors who have laid down their lives for America rest by the thousands in the sacred soil of Arlington and Gettysburg, Anzio and Manila, and to far-off places known only to God. We owe everything to them. Today we renew our devotion to the cause of liberty for which they so selflessly lived and fought and so bravely died. There could be no greater tribute to their memory than to prepare the Army to dominate America's enemies for the next 250 years and more than that. That's why under the Trump administration, we're focused on restoring the spirit of the U.S. Armed Forces. No soldier ever volunteered for the Army to be lectured about transgender diversity or inclusion. You don't want to hear that. Transgender for everybody. We don't do that. America's patriots joined the Army to kick down doors, storm beaches, kill terrorists, and win America's wars. That's what we want. And that's what you want. And to that end, we're making that record investment, but not only in the Army, in the other forces also, because you work together as a team. And we're including in that and across the board. Now, you don't have to take this if you don't want. You could be great patriots, say, I don't want a raise. I will not accept it. Let it go back into our country. Let's give it to Gavin Newsom so he can waste it in Los Angeles. No, we don't want to do that, but we're giving you across the board raise for every single service member in the U.S. Armed Forces. We're giving you across the board, and you deserve it. You know, we spend so much money on things that we shouldn't be spending it on. But I think those days are stopping, Mr. Senators and Congressmen that are with us. As part of our one big, beautiful bill, we are also investing over $1 billion to update your on-base housing. And we're building a state-of-the-art missile defense shield to protect our homeland. And it's called the Golden Dome. It's going to be all made in America. We've done it for others. We're now doing it for about time, right? We're doing it for ourselves. After years of recruiting shortfalls, this is, to me, maybe the most exciting things. We're setting the strongest peacetime recruiting records ever. Just think of this. 6 months ago, we couldn't recruit anybody to join the military. Nobody wanted to join. That was 6 months ago. And then we had the election of November 5th. And now we have the strongest recruiting numbers in the history of our country. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that? We've already surpassed our recruiting targets for 2025, and we're not done yet. And I'll tell you, it doesn't make you feel good when you had to hear 6, 7 months ago that nobody wants to join the Army. They don't want to join our military. Frankly, they didn't want to join our police, our firemen. They lost confidence. They lost faith in our country. And just a short number of months later, we're setting all-time records. In fact, your job might be in jeopardy. Somebody else may come in and take it. That was bad. We'll get you out of here. You have to be good. We're getting the best people that you've ever seen. We're getting people that I don't think we've ever seen anything like it. Great people are coming in. Doesn't it make you feel good, though? You have something and you're doing something and other people want to join you. Isn't that a great feeling? And wasn't it a lousy feeling just a short time ago when they announced, you know, you're a soldier and you're proud of your country and you're proud of the Army in your case, and you're reading stories about nobody wants to come in and join the military, right? Isn't that lousy? Even the ladies from North Carolina were not happy with that. But then we had a great election. It was amazing. Too big to rig. We had a great election, and all of a sudden, the people are pouring in, and we have incredible people like Pete and the others that are here, Dan. I think they made a big difference. I really do. So thank you very much. All of you guys, I think you've really made a big difference. The Army will soon be stronger, bigger, and better than ever before. And every new soldier that joins our ranks will kindle the same fighting spirit exemplified by the likes of Sergeant Major Jim Schmidt, who's no longer with us. At 15 years old, after lying about his age, because he wanted to get in so badly, Jim trained at Fort Bragg to fight in World War II. When Jim's middle school wrote to ask if he would attend his 8th grade graduation, he wrote back, "That will be impossible, as I'm rather busy now. I'm in the hinterlands hunting down Germans," and I have to say this, and Italians. I know there are a couple of Germans and Italians here. As a paratrooper, he made the famous drops at Sicily and Salerno while still a young boy, too young to be in. The Army kicked him out. They found out about it. They kicked him out. They discovered he was way underage. They said, "Jim, you got to get out of here. You're a hell of a soldier, but you got to get out." But that didn't stop Jim. He enlisted in the Navy. But the moment he turned 18, he came right back and he joined the 82nd Airborne. How about that? He went on to fight at the Chosin Reservoir in Korea, rough place. Saw combat in Vietnam and ended his career right back at Fort Bragg, having earned 2 Silver Stars, 3 Bronze Stars, and 2 Purple Hearts. With us today is Jim's widow, Peggy, and their beloved grandson, Army Specialist Christian Forbes, who is currently deployed at our southern border, defending our country from an invasion, whether we like it or not. It's an invasion, but I don't know if you've heard, the invasion was 99.9% stopped. Did you hear that? 99? Could even be more right. 99.999% stopped. That invasion is stopped, so I think he's in good shape. Specialist Forbes, I want to thank you for defending America. And you've obviously done a good job because that invasion has been stopped, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you, wherever you may be. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great. We stopped that sucker, didn't we, huh? We stopped it. Thank you very much. Each and every one of you here today carries in your souls the love, strength, and courage of millions upon millions of Army patriots who came before you. Your uniforms bear the same stars and stripes that our ancestors carried to victory at Yorktown, across the Great Plains, and over our Rockies, up the Missionary Ridge, down through the streets of Paris. That's right, we went down the streets of Paris. We got to help our allies, don't we? Across the sands of North Africa and onto the shores of Omaha Beach, into the blood-soaked hills of Korea. And it was a West Point graduate named Buzz Aldrin who first planted our great American flag on the face of the moon. We know that. Now it's your turn to carry that flag forward and to add your own daring deeds into this chronicle of triumph and legends. Now it's your duty to shield the flame of freedom that was first lit 250 years ago by the heroes of Concord Bridge and Bunker Hill. Standing before you today, I am more confident than ever that in the days ahead and every generation to come, the U.S. Army will heap glory upon glory upon glory upon us all. You will protect every inch of U.S. soil, and you will defend America to the ends of the earth. Wherever danger is, there the U.S. Army will be. Another beautiful phrase. Whatever peril comes our way, whatever menace threatens our people, you will stand strong, you will be proud, you will charge hard, and you will keep that flame lit, that beautiful, beautiful flame. You're going to keep it lit. You will hold the flag high, and you will do something that's become quite a famous little phrase also, but you're a hell of a lot braver than me. You will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. Thank you. God bless you. God bless our soldiers, and God bless the U.S. Army. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, you're just listening in there to President Trump speaking at Fort Bragg. Really a preview, a precursor to what's coming up this weekend with that military spectacle, the 250th anniversary. Also making comments about what's going on in L.A. right now. But just speaking to what he mentioned there as he was joined by the senators from North Carolina, Bud and Tillis, on the ground at Fort Bragg. He also mentioned the renaming back of Fort Bragg, saying, a little breaking news, we are also going to be restoring the names of Fort Pickett, Fort Hood, Fort Gordon, Fort Rucker, Fort Polk, Fort A.P. Hill, and Fort Robert E. Lee. He said, quote, we won a lot of battles out of those forts. It's no time to change. So that coming in from President Trump on the ground there in North Carolina. He also made comments earlier today in the Oval Office alongside the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, and others. So as he walks off the stage, he was joined also by Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth there in North Carolina. Of course, controversy and comments between him and Governor Gavin Newsom over what's going on, what's unfolding in real time right now in Southern California.
10-4.